Welcome to the People's Receipts, episode 32. Happy Friday. I don't know how happy we're going to be for long. I'm a little bit late today because I was clipping some of the most disturbing things I have ever seen. Yeah, I mean, this is why I love independent journalism because it really keeps you up on what's going on. Okay, we are live on YouTube. Keep tapping the screen. Tap, tap, tap. Tapping is clapping. I appreciate you guys so much. Let me make sure as well we get live on Twitch. Here we go. Here's my chat. There we go. I just wanted to make sure I could see the chat. We are live on Twitch. Welcome to episode 32 of the People's Receipts. This is going to take a different direction than I previously thought. Like I had a whole other show planned, and then I saw some of the most disturbing stuff. I love seeing how many people are in the YouTube chat. I got another giant screen so I can watch the YouTube chat. Hi, I am
is more sophisticated now than computers.
Thank you so much. Follow me. Okay, so again, unfortunately for creators, especially streamers, TikTok is not back in the App Store, so any subscriptions or reoccurring revenue is no longer available. So if you would like to support me, please do through Venmo and Cash App, or like I said yesterday, I figured out it's in my link tree in Streamlabs. You can click and there's a way to pay also through PayPal, which I know some people were saying. It's like streamlabs.com/a-girl-has-no-name/tip, but you don't have to remember that. It's just in my link tree, which is in any bio, whether on Twitch, YouTube, X, Blue Sky, or TikTok. It's so lovely to see you guys again. I'm so sad I'm going to have to share the information I'm about to share with you. Hi, Jill. Jill says she loves getting my YouTube notifications. Thank you so much, Jill. Love seeing you in the chat. I love that we're building up YouTube. And this is just a reminder. I haven't checked today, but yesterday we were about 275 hours away. I can check right now. 275 hours away from being able to have memberships on YouTube and super chats, which are really cool. Which is, oh, sorry, I thought I was in the wrong place. I'll check right now how many hours we're at. We are at, oh my gosh. Wait, what? You guys, we did it. Oh my God. How is that even? We were 275 hours away. I'm going to start crying from 3,000 hours yesterday. And we made it. And then like the next goal, like in order to, oh my God, I'm going to cry. I'm not crying right now. We're going to be crying for another reason. That's so amazing. You guys, that's so, thank you. Oh my God. Okay. That's really, really nice. Thank you guys. So I'll set that up this weekend and then I'll figure it all out. Like, yeah, man, start your earning journey. Yeah. Memberships, grow your community, excite your audience with access to exclusive perks. And yeah. And then super chats are super cool. So I'll look at all into this and then, oh my gosh. So I just want to be clear. We're at 3,190 public watch hours. So we not didn't just get like 275, we got like way more. And so and we need now, once we make it to 4,000, so please do keep watching the YouTube channel. And once we make it to 4,000, then I guess it unlocks even more features like ad revenue from what I don't know I'm trying to remember what it's called, like, off of, like, ads can run on your page. Then we have to stop swearing in these lives. But yeah, so we're 900 hours away from the 4,000 hour goal, and we can lock even on more. But I cannot thank you guys enough. Like, I mean, at the beginning of this week, I found out we lost subscriptions on TikTok, and I'm like, that's recurring revenue. Like, I have no way of like surviving. So you just don't know what that means to me. Thank you guys so much for doing that. Like, that is incredible. Okay. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. This is like, man, did I need something nice to happen. And now on to what is not nice happening. Wait, someone said, wanting to support you all the way from Australia. Thank you so much. And it must be so crazy to be one of the viewers that watches from another country. And I know there's a lot of creators on TikTok who will say like, oh, yeehaw, thank you for the hat. Who will say like, oh, you're not from America. Like, why are you interested in debating on TikTok, or do you want to talk about US politics? But as someone who's lived outside the country, I understand that like what happens here affects everyone across the world in so many different ways. Like, and I totally get that. And watching this, especially what I'm about to show you guys, it must just be the most eerie experience when you're not from here. It's very eerie inside of it as well. It's like the most helpless, crazy experience. Yeah, so we're going to be off schedule a little bit. I wanted to make sure I got clips of things I was going to talk to you guys about. I was not even going to cover much of this. Like, I didn't know how much of it was going to be available on the internet, but in DC today, there's something going on called the March for Life. And the way I was going to report on it, and the way you might have heard about it, this is like, an anti-pro-choice rally. It's anti-AB activists, hundreds of thousands gathering in DC to lobby to take women's bodily autonomy away. It's horrible. And so but the way you might have heard of it and how I was going to report on it, and I still will, is like Trump, again, rambling from the Oval Office yesterday, was signing more like executive orders and things. And one of the announcements was that he was pardoning a bunch of people that had been convicted under the FACE Act. Actually, maybe before I show you the horrors of what I have to show you, I'll show you that part. Give me 1 second to skip around in the presentation a bit. But yeah, so he pardoned a bunch of people under the FACE Act, which is basically, hey, you can't harass people who are going into like Planned Parenthood, right? It's illegal to physically harass people or prevent people from getting medical care. That's a crime in this country, right? It's called, if you want to read more about it, just look up the FACE Act. Let me find this section really quick so I can show you guys what these people are up to. Sorry, this is what I am seeing is just a bit discombobulating in America. You'll see what I'm talking about in a second. It's like Charlottesville all over again in DC. It's literal Charlotte. We're back at Charlottesville. Same guy. Like, there's this guy that was at Charlottesville that I've been following ever since, and he's back and he's in DC. So it's basically like what has happened is the March for Life rally has like merged with the schmozzies. They are all like crowding in DC right now. And it's awful. Okay. Oh, here we go. Sorry, I found it. I'm a little out of sorts because I find this very disturbing that there's not more we can do to stop this. And actually I'm glad I got the clips I did, because this is a good opportunity for me to show that like the really smart, the like intelligent white nationalists in our country, they're not they're highly, highly intelligent. They're not doing stupid things, they're not going. Yeah, I'll show you. Here we go. Okay. So I believe this is the right executive order. This is yesterday in the Oval Office. I guess we're just going to have cameras on him making dumb announcements from now on. Hold on. Here we go.
Next, we have a set of pardons for peaceful pro-life protesters who were prosecuted by the Biden administration for exercising their First Amendment rights.
Do you know how many?
I believe it's 23, sir.
23 people were prosecuted. They should not have been prosecuted.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. This is not true. Like in America, it used to be that if you violated like the law, and these people we're talking about, it's not like they violated the law once. These are like serial violators of the law. Now you could say, I don't like the law. Okay, so again, and the law we're talking about is the FACE Act, which is Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act. That because people would stop people from being able to go into AB clinics or places like Planned Parenthood, which, by the way, give tons of different types of medical care, right? You could go there and get a pap smear. It's not necessary. You can get cancer screening. Does not necessarily have to do with just ABs. But anyway, so yeah, again, Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act. So these pardons he's now talking about are people who like had been convicted under that act. He's acting like these people were like in jail for like years though. Because yeehaw, thank you for that. In extreme, I'll show you like I'll show you an example of a case. It's not that. I think the majority of these people weren't let out of prison even. Like they were just
Should not have been prosecuted. This is a great.
Is that his new thing? You're going to prosecute Biden. Is our new thing if you're old, you can't commit a crime? Is that the new thing now? So again, here, let me put this. I'm going to add this to the presentation because you know me, I like visuals. Again, if you're just joining, keep tapping the screen, tap, tap, tap. Let's get to 50Ks fast as possible. We're going to be talking about some surprise. I don't know if surprise is the word, but yeah, emergency things that have developed this morning. This is yesterday. I didn't quite understand why Trump was doing this, why he was pardoning 20 plus individuals who were convicted under the FACE Act. But now I know this was propaganda to appeal to the hundreds of thousands of pro-lifers that are currently gathered in Washington, D.C., right? Who were then joined. It's like Charlottesville all over in DC right now. The Patriot Front, who are schmazzies, are marching around, terrorizing people and like meeting up with the pro-lifers. Isn't that nice? Yeah, it's to embolden them. This was like the pre-gift of he knew this huge march was going to be there. And I'll show you, he spoke like he wasn't there. He is right now trying to, in like North Carolina, if you haven't seen what he's doing right now, just making up lies about FEMA. Because I think they want to get rid of the disaster fund so they can steal that money too. So Trump is not even in DC. He just had like a pre-recorded speech on a video, which I'll show you a clip of. But JD Vance, the pro-life fanatic, and Mike Johnson, Speaker Mike Johnson, they're there in person. Oh, I did notice you. Hi, Peace. Happy Friday. Sorry, the subject matter is not... Here, let me stop blocking so much of the chat.
More sophisticated now than computers.
I need to change my posture. Hold on one second. My ADHD chair, I need to sit a different way. Okay, this is better. If you guys are interested in what I mean when I say ADHD chair, there's a link to it, I believe, in my link tree. This chair has changed my life. There's like hundreds of different ways you can fit in it, and it is amazing. I don't think it's buffering. I have my own live up on another computer on another screen, and it's not. So, but if it is buffering for you, just try going into the live and coming back in really quick. That also helps. I'm glad. Thank you so much, Renee. She said she enjoyed my live. So again, yesterday, Trump's in the Oval Office announcing these pardons, which I was like, oh, he's appealing to pro-lifers. Then I find out this huge March for Life is going on to like embolden these people and let them know, hey, I'm on your side. So let's get through this clip and then I'll show you some more information about the FACE Act.
Honor to sign this. They'll be very happy. So they're all in prison now.
Some are out of custody.
It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous that when you're harassed, go get medical care physically and emotionally. It's a law. Okay, so again, if you want to screenshot this is just more on the people he pardoned and the FACE Act. This is a Washington Post article. I would suggest reading into this, but I looked up a specific case because like when this happened yesterday, the pro-life MAGA were going crazy on X, like filming people who were, or like the few who were That's better. There we go. Sorry if it buffered for a second. That was a puzzle piece situation. Okay. Sorry. Can you guys hear me? I just want to double check. Keep tapping the screen. Oh, okay. It's fine. Yes. So this is an example of one of these pardons that I looked up. This is from the United States Attorney's Office. So Tennessee woman sentenced to 41 months in prison for violating the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act. That's the FACE Act, right? Oopsies. Went too fast. According to evidence admitted at trial and other public findings, I'm not going to read through all this, but I just wanted to give you an idea. These are fanatics who are repeat offenders. June 19th, 2020 and June 20th, 2020. Williams threatened and used force against patients and staff members at a reproductive health center located in Lower Manhattan and blocked patients and staff members from accessing the health care. In one instance, and as captured on video, Williams pressed her body against the door of the health center's patient entrance and refused to move, preventing a health center volunteer from entering the health center. As a health center staff member, victim one attempted to open the door for the volunteer. Williams purposely leaned against the door, crushing victim one's hand. Victim one yelled, "She's crushing my hand," but Williams remained against the door, trapping victim one's hand and injuring it. So again, this is all on video. At various times, Williams stood directly in front of the health center entrances. Williams initially blocked the main entrance used by patients, causing the health center to have to divert patients to enter through the staff entrances. Williams responded by moving to block the staff exit and requesting others do the same. Like, these are groups of people terrorizing people. I used to volunteer at Plan P. So I'm familiar with this. There are laws against this, but I know Arizona is one of the states, like, this happens all the time. Williams live streamed. Okay, so just in case you're wondering, how do we know this? It's all on tape. Some of her conduct on a social media account. On the live stream, Williams stood within inches of health center's chief administrative office and threatened to, quote, terrorize this place and warned that, quote, "We're going to terrorize you so good, your business is going to be over, mama." Similarly, Williams stood within inches of a health center security officer and threatened war. Williams also also stated that she would act by, quote, any means necessary. In addition to her conduct, and again, these people, these types of activists, like move around the country and do this. It's not like they just do it in one place. There were multiple other occasions from 2019 to 2022. Williams and others intimidated and interfered with individuals seeking to obtain or provide reproductive health services at other health clinics across the country, including Florida, Tennessee, Georgia, and Brooklyn, New York. For example, in 2022, Williams traveled to a health center in Fort Myers, Florida, where she directed other individuals to block health center entrances. As a result of the blockade, medical staff was delayed in treating at least a dozen patients, 3 of whom were scheduled for time-sensitive procedures that could have resulted in hemorrhage, in bleeding, right? People are bleeding out. What we've learned, thanks to Dr. Danny every Tuesday on the broadcast, is when you are in need of some of these procedures, it's because, you're in sepsis, you have necrotic tissue left in you, and you need treatment immediately. These are people who are hemorrhaging, and this woman is blocking them from health care. Bleeding, infection, or significant pain without timely treatment. In addition, in July 2022, Williams invaded a health center in Atlanta, Georgia, where she screamed through the door at patients attempting to enter the facility until they were forced to leave. Among other things, Williams shouted that she'd go to jail before letting patients enter facility for an AB, and that she was not afraid to get arrested. This is just one example, okay? This is from the article I put up at the beginning, and I was like, if you want more information, screenshot this. There's a woman they call Handy, right? And I think her real name is Hazel Jenkins. Handy also helped book travel arrangements for the demonstrators who were from outside the DC area. As a member of the clinic staff tried to block the entrance, the other activists forced their way in with locks, chains, and ropes, which they used as bindings to obstruct efforts to remove them. The other lead organizer, Darnell, live streamed the events from outside. Records show telling viewers on Facebook Live, "We have people intervening physically with their bodies to prevent women from entering the clinic to murder their children." These are the people that Trump pardoned. So now he pardoned a bunch of violent, crazy people. And these are people who are physically assaulting people who are trying to get health care. And there's a federal law called the FACE Act. Let me pull it. I just screenshotted it and add it to the end. Hold on. Let me go to the end of the presentation really quick. Here we go. Where's that music coming from? I must have put it on movie mode. I was like, what? I did not make a soundtrack. Wow, that was weird. Okay, so this is just more information about, oops, let me make it so we can see my face. This is more information about the freedom of access to clinic entrances. It was signed by Bill Clinton in May 94. It prohibits the following 3 things: the use of physical force, threat of physical force, or physical obstruction to intentionally injure, intimidate, interfere with, or attempt to injure, intimidate, or interfere with any person who is obtaining an AB. 2, the use of physical force, threat of physical force, or physical obstruction. Same thing. Oh, excuse me. So this is to interfere with any person who is exercising or trying to exercise their First Amendment right or religious freedom at a place of worship. The intentional damage or destruction of a reproductive healthcare facility or a place of worship. So again, the FACE Act can be applied to churches or synagogues as well, right? You're not allowed to use physical force or the threat of it to stop people from getting medical care. And that's what these people did. And Trump sat at the Oval Office and was like, yay, I'm going to pardon 23 people. So again, if you're just joining, keep tapping the screen. I appreciate you guys so much. I'm just talking about Trump's pardons yesterday in the Oval Office of 23 people who were convicted under the FACE Act of trying to stop women from getting health care. They blocked entrances while women were hemorrhaging and needed health care. They're smashing workers' hands indoors, things of that nature, and they all received pardons yesterday. I didn't fully understand why, and then today I start getting all these notifications showing me what I'm about to show you guys, which is that he did it because the March for Life is in DC. Hundreds of thousands of pro-life activists met in DC for this march. Now, that's fine. And don't ask me why this video is like this. This is not because my computer is bad. This is literally, I've seen multiple clips and they're all grainy like this. Trump just really, I think I know. It's probably because it's from an outside screen that they're playing outside at this event. Because again, Trump's not there. Trump's telling lies about FEMA so they can abolish it in North Carolina. Trump's not at the March for Life. Vance and Mike Johnson were there. Anyways, this is basically turned into Charlottesville all over. Right now in DC, a bunch of schmozzies are marching around and saying they also, because they are pro-life, right? In terms of, do you remember, if you don't know what I'm talking about, look up the Lebensborn, right? One of the things that Mustache Man was obsessed with, right, was sterilizing people he thought weren't fit to have children and creating a master race of people he thought were. And the Lebensborn were these children of the master race, of his breeding program. So it is definitely like part of nationalist rhetoric, right? The pro-life rhetoric. So I shouldn't be surprised that they all showed up there. It kind of makes perfect sense. They go hand in hand. And I'll show you some examples. But this is, again, Trump was not physically there. This is just a clip, an example of the video they played of him. He gave like a pre-recorded presentation at the March for Life.
Became a vote of the people. In my second term, we will again stand proudly for families and for life. We will protect the historic gains we have made and stop the radical Democrat push for a federal right to unlimited abortion on demand.
Did you hear that? He accidentally said, we'll stop the Democratic push for a federal right. I literally just said, like, this is an example of people not listening to me. Someone just wrote, what's up with your screen? Not 30 seconds ago did I say, this is how these clips work. It's not my screen. It's from an outside presentation. I literally just said that. And still, no matter how much I over communicate in advance, still will misunderstand. This was outside in DC a couple minutes ago on a huge screen. That is why it looks like this. All the clips do. This is from C-SPAN. It's not my screen for the 6th time. But listen to what he's saying. He didn't mean to say it, but what he started to say was, we're going to stop the Democrats' push for a federal right to abortion, right? His alleged stance is states' rights, right? And now listen again. They always tell on themselves, these people.
Became a vote of the people. In my second term, we will again stand proudly for families and for life. We will protect the historic gains we have made and stop the radical Democrat push for a federal right to unlimited abortion on demand up to the moment of birth and even after birth. Think of that, after birth.
Again, that's a pathological lie that Trump continues to tell. That is schmurder, which is again against the law and is punishable Still, right? Thank you so much, Make Angry Raid. Love Matt. He's absolutely amazing. Love his lives. Thank you guys for being here. Sorry if I seem a little distracted. There's so much going on in DC this morning, and it's quite disturbing. So here, let's listen. There's only like a couple seconds left.
And some people want that. Can you believe it?
No, I just want to make decisions about my body. That's it. That's all bodily autonomy is, right? It's the right to make decisions about your body without fear of coercion or violence. That's all, right? That's all I would personally want. Okay, so now what I'm going to show you, I love Olivia Scooter Caster. She is amazing. She covers events in New York and DC. She would like scoot around New York. She scoots around New York City on a scooter and like catches all sorts of like live coverage. She's pretty cool. Anyway, she's in DC and she is covering the schmozzies who are attending the pro-life rally, essentially. And if you don't know who Patriot Front is, which that's the specific sect of these people, which is led by Thomas Rousseau, I'll give you more information on who he is, because I've been clocking Thomas Rousseau since Charlottesville. He was at Charlottesville and has now now leads the Patriot Front. And he's one of these self-described nationalists who you have to watch because he's highly intelligent. This is not some ragtag group of idiots. That's the problem. He's very, very intelligent. He knows the law. So, okay. So again, first clips, this is the March for Life, right? Right, this is Pro 2A, right? But man, do we make sure there's no one has any pew-pews. But hey, let's deregulate it. And kids aren't safe, but make sure at the pro-life rally. I thought you guys were Pro 2A. But yeah, this is people getting through security because J.D. Vance and Mike Johnson are going to be there.
Live from hell.
Listen.
The land is not just for thou shalt not murder. If man or woman is a victim, it should not be held accountable for murdering. And the only way we're ever going to end that is if we march toward life.
So again, I mean, you should hear the things people are. I know you'd think they would be safer at this rally with more pew-pews. Who said Evan? Great. That's exactly what my point is. I thought you guys loved him. I always find it so funny too at Mar-a-Lago. No one gets into Mar-a-Lago without going through. I always get the word wrong. Is it a magnetometer? I always say it wrong. So I know I just said the word wrong. What are they called? Can someone say, it's about to get more disturbing. Just wait, Boofany. What is it? Magnetometer? Can somebody tell me how to say magnetometer? Okay, thank you, Stingray. I'm close, but still far. Thank you, Matt Raid. Love that you guys are here. What we're talking about now is yesterday in the Oval Office, Trump pardoned 23 people who had been federally convicted of violating the FACE Act, right? Which is that's the act that prevents people from harassing women at the entrance to AB clinics physically or making threats of physical harm and preventing people from getting health care. Trump gave full pardons to 23 people in order to get in good, because today in DC is this huge March for Life. It's a pro-life march going on that has now been attended by the schmozzi group Patriot Front. So I'm just showing everyone what is literally going on right now in our capital. So, and it kind of just goes to show everyone wants to gaslight us about that insane gesture Elon Musk was doing. Like, please stop the gaslighting. This is real life. And in fairness, there are way more people there when JD Vance started speaking, but this is just her showing the crowd. Now, here are the schmotzies, Patriot Front, right? Who again are led by Thomas Rousseau. I'll give you more information on him, but he's very intelligent and he's someone to be very fearful of. I'll put it that way. I'm not talking about physically. I mean, I get very worried when highly intelligent people who are capable of, high level organization and thought start leading groups like this. And the clip's not over. I'm just going to pause it for a second. But this is the look of Patriot Front, right? Yes, most always, except for their leader, Thomas Rousseau, have their faces covered. He's already a pretty well-known figure. Like I said, he was leading a different group at Charlottesville who actually denounced him. But I mean, not for like being a bigot, but like they just didn't like what he was doing. Bethany, thank you so much for the tip. Thank you for the $7. She said, just appreciate you. That's all. I appreciate you. I've lost subscriptions in TikTok, so every tip counts towards me being able to pay my bills and keep doing this and buy more equipment and reinvest it into my business. Thank you so much. And Susan, thank you so much for the tip and the red hearts. I appreciate you so, so much. Oh, cool. I think I did. You can now apply to the YouTube Partner Program. I just got the email that we talked about. Thank you guys so much for watching so many hours and watching my content on YouTube. This is amazing. Wow. Okay. Anyway, so again, this is Thomas Rousseau's Patriot Front. We'll get into it a little bit. He speaks to the camera. Like Olivia, this woman that makes this content does a great job, like interviewing people in real time.
Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon. He's gone, bro.
Brandon, there you go, man. Here you go, young lady.
You can hear it sounds like some of them have like voice changers or something, essentially. It's you could not find my account on YouTube really quick. Well, I'm on my YouTube page right now watching the live. I'm in, and so are many other people. I'm in the chat with them right now and we're all hanging out. It's same as my account here, A Girl Has No Name. There's a link to it in my link tree in my bio on TikTok if you can't find it, and it's live right now. I promise. Again, this is Patriot Front, a schmotzy group that is right now. I had a whole other show planned, and I was so angered by this that I switched my plans to make sure that I could discuss this with you guys right now. This is happening in DC right now, and I'm going to quickly review if you just joined. I'm going to try to keep recapping. This is all happening in real time, but what is going on is yesterday Trump pardoned 23 people who were convicted of violating the FACE Act, which is the freedom to access clinic entrances, right? And that means like these are people who terrorize women who are trying to go get healthcare at AB clinics. And Trump did that in order to get in good with the pro-lifers and these types who were gathering today. They're gathering right now in DC for the March for Life. That's not women's lives, right? we know that maternal mortality has skyrocketed since these AB bans. We know that infant mortality has also skyrocketed since these AB bans. It's really weird to say that you are pro-life and then continue to enact policy that is anything but saving people's lives. Yeah, they're very sort of militarized. We'll get a Patriot Front. We'll get into it. I'll give you more information about them. But yeah, they usually have their faces covered, and they usually are all dressed the same.
They got all excited about the boys walking behind us.
Okay, so now I just want to make sure I know because I just made these clips, so I didn't get a chance to review them. So, next clip, basically, right, if you've ever been to DC, especially on days where there are marches or permitted gatherings going on, there's always a ton of bike cops in DC. It's kind of one of the preferred methods of policing because it's hard to get around by car, especially, around this area. So there are like swarms of bike cops riding in formation around the March for Life area, and they stop Patriot Front. And the reason I want you to see this is I want you to hear how smart Thomas Rousseau is. That's what I'm saying. That's what has, since he was at Charlottesville. Yes, this is their leader is one of the people who was at Charlottesville. Yeah, that's what I've always noticed about him. He's one of the smarter nationalists. He knows the law. He knows his rights. He knows exactly where he can be. He has it all down.
Okay, sir. You guys aren't planning to march anywhere else?
No, so we're just going to hang out, and we might go take some pictures over by the Jefferson Memorial, but the March for Life ain't over there. I'm not going to mess with any permitted areas. I'm not going to mess with any property. We're not going to obstruct any spaces or buildings. We're not going to enter any restricted spaces. Does that cover it? Yeah, not going to hurt anybody, not going to engage negatively with pedestrians, no offensive language, no abusive conduct, no weapons of any kind. None of these guys even have a pocket knife or a multi-tool on them. Yeah.
You're going to hang out, you're not planning on marching anywhere on the street?
Well, but we're going to leave.
Look at these cops. I mean, no offense to these cops, but it's like, can you at least give them a hard time? You know what I'm saying? Like, cops at BLM protesters are like tackling black folks who are just fighting for their rights. These people are like, hey, I'm on board with what you're doing here. Just checking in to make sure, like, you're not going to hurt anyone. You're here to terrorize people and make people feel unsafe in their own country. Okay, cool. No, I know. Exactly, Julia. I mean, I'm thinking that. I'm just not going to say it. But yeah, keep tapping the screen. We're at 66K. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 100K. I appreciate you guys so much. Since TikTok is not in the App Store, I have lost subscriptions. So any tips through Cash App and Venmo and or the Streamlabs tip function that's in my link tree that goes to PayPal are super appreciated. I don't know what RATM means, Rindy. I'm not sure. I don't know that acronym. Maybe I should look it up before I say it because I honestly don't know. Yeah. Do you want me to? We can repeat it again, but basically the cops are asking them like, what are you guys planning? And what I want you to hear, I'll start it from the beginning because we're only about halfway through, but I want you to understand how intelligent Thomas Rousseau is, the leader of Patriot Front. Like, do you think he's studied the law? He knows exactly where he's allowed to be, what he's allowed to have, what to say to the cops so that they have to leave them alone.
Okay, sir. You guys aren't planning to march anywhere else?
He said, you guys aren't planning to march anywhere else? Great job, police. Way to really protect the public. Hey, are you guys just going to be horrible bigots right here? Or, are you going to be moving around the area?
No, so we're just going to hang out, and we might Later, we might go take some pictures over by the Jefferson Memorial, but the March for Life ain't over there. I'm not going to mess with any permitted areas. I'm not going to mess with any property. We're not going to obstruct any spaces or buildings. We're not going to enter any restricted spaces. Does that cover it? Yeah, not going to hurt anybody. Not going to engage negatively with pedestrians. No offensive language. No abusive conduct. No weapons of any kind. None of these guys even have a pocket knife or a multi-tool on them. Yeah.
You're gonna hang out. You're not planning on marching anywhere on the street.
Well, I mean, we're gonna leave.
Go to the Jefferson.
We're gonna leave eventually. We didn't bring tents. We're not that kind of protest.
Evans, let's go over here on the grass.
I'm sorry. I was hoping you wouldn't have to do it this time. I think it's a shame, really. Not everybody looks good on the bicycle, but some of y'all pull it off.
He's making jokes. They just ride on by. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, these are the police in our country. This is the same equivalent. Like, these people have the same beliefs as the Triple K. And he's just like, yep, okay, cool. Just checking. This is America now, where the richest man in the world has offices in the West Wing and gets to throw up Sieg Heils, and these people are just terrorizing Americans. Thank you so much for the $5, John. Why is the video all messed up? LOL. Love you. I get it. That was funny. You made a joke. Okay, so now, this is like Olivia Scootercaster. I saw you say that too, though. I see you were back on TikTok today. Yeah, she's amazing. Again, she started in New York and she used to roll around on a scooter and just capture like the best like news going on in New York. So she actually gets him on camera, Thomas Rousseau, their leader, and this is like basically what his statement is. Oh yeah, I should say this and give you some background. There's this never-ending belief, we know because we have to deal with it, right? You heard Trump saying it, that like the FBI was at J6, which we know is not true. There's a report released about it. The best there were some FBI informants, which there are in any organization, right? And they told them not to go into the Capitol. A few of them did anyways, blah, blah, blah. But the names of the informants and some other people are redacted in that report. And since Patriot Front has long covered their faces, there are people that, because MAGA, you know what I mean? The conspiracy theories with MAGA just keep going. So this is so ironic. I'm not joking when I tell you guys this too. One of the funniest things, if you look up past clips of Thomas Rousseau, I mean, none of this is funny. More like laugh so you don't cry. But it's like Thomas Rousseau shows his face, but the rest of his crew really don't. And there are conspiracy theorists on the far right that think that he has a band of FBI agents because they won't show their faces. So so Thomas Rousseau has to like convince people that he's a bigot. You know what I mean? Like, he's like, no, that's not what's going on here. Like, we're bigots too. You can trust us. Like, and he regularly has like people on the right be like, I bet you guys are not, they're probably FBI agents. That's why they never show their faces. So I give you that context because when you hear him speaking, like a lot of times that's what he'll be doing, is trying to explain like, no, we're horrible people just like you. And that's what he's doing in this clip.
And a lot of hula about nothing. Again, people who want us to be feds and want everything about us to be automatic, everything we do is somehow justification of feds. Whether we get arrested, we're feds. We don't get arrested, we're feds. We wear masks, we're feds. We're unmasked, we're feds. People will see anything to prove that we're feds. I don't know if we actually were some big federal thing. Why would the FBI do that? I guess.
It had a lot of those redactions were about the identities of CHSs, right? Which seems to imply that you guys have. Not that you are feds, but there are feds among you.
No, and it's hard to determine the specifics of that because, again, you're arguing on the basis of information that is absent. And there are a lot of connections.
See how he understands the foundation of logic? You are arguing on the basis of information that is absent, which is pretty much the story of MAGA's ignorance. Like, hey, you can't make suppositions. You can't make claims based on absent information. Like, he is terrifying because of how intelligent he is.
Which would need to be evaluated based on information present. And also, it should be noted that somebody who speaks to the FBI about a certain matter doesn't necessarily have to be from a certain source. I mean, that's anybody who they found relevant on anything. I mean, it's 1,000 pages or something to that effect. But you look at the general things. You look at what we know the FBI does when they want to mess with a group, when they want to get into a group. What do? It's drugs, guns, and violence. They get people to sell drugs. They get people to buy guns, or they get people to be violent. And if we were an organization.
How smart this is why he's terrifying, because he's not wrong, right? Like, what the FBI does when they infiltrate a fringe group, like a far right group, right, is entrap them. And he's kind of implying like they start up the criminal activity within the organization. No, I don't think that's true. But like, that is, it is the criminal activity within these organizations that ends up taking them down. Right. And so that's what he's saying. He's like, I'm not stupid, which he's not. And he's saying the way groups like the Proud Boys or the Oath Keepers, people like that got, I am not that stupid. I will not be taken down that way.
That was controlled by or heavily influenced by federal agents. Why aren't we doing any of those things? Not only why aren't we doing them, but why are we so heavily disciplined in preventing anything of that nature from happening, right? So, you can argue that, the FBI, they'll try to mess with groups. Of course they will. You can argue that they'll try to interfere with things. Of course they will. But it's not a proper response to that reality of the political landscape to shut yourself off and become, a hermit as the world gets worse and worse. Political organizing.
Yeah. So that's what he's saying. He's just saying, so it's stupid that you guys think we're FBI agents. If we were, he's like, these are signs that we possibly could be. And he's also just demonstrating his intelligence and saying, and that's why if anyone started doing any of those things within this group, I would get rid of them myself. It's quite terrifying. So again, this is them on the other side of the Washington Monument. And I believe in this clip, they start talking about, he's saying that he's pro-life, obviously.
The inauguration was just days ago, and today a pro-life rally is being held, which is hosting a number of political and religious leaders from around the country. Many are experiencing what they believe to be a moment of significant political change in America. At the same time, our organization has grown to an unprecedented size and level of activity. We have never been more influential, and we have never had more to offer our membership than now in 2025. Patriot Front is a part of the political landscape, both in the metaphorical public conscience and in the quite literal plazas and streets of America's cityscapes. Many are here today to represent conservatism, opposition to the intolerable practice of abortion, or a myriad of other interests. No other organized or institutional entity is in Washington today that advocates specifically for the American family. While we oppose the murder,
he calls himself an advocate of the American family. He opposes AB. This is one of the foundations of white nationalism, right? The need to propagate and populate the earth, right? Eugenics. That's what eugenics are. That's what he's expressing. Oh, and these are, which in true fashion, because I love Olivia Scooter-Custer, like, she is so good at filming protests, and these are counter protesters who are pissed that they are in DC.
Fuck you, Nazis! Fucking bunch of high school dropouts! Bunch of high school dropouts, everybody! Fuck you, Nazis! Fuck you, Nazis! Get the fuck out of this
This is why, like, she is an expert at this because she started in New York City and, like, where if you are in New York City trying to be a racist, they will come out and scream these things at you. So I'm not surprised she also films counter protesters because, like, Olivia is the best at filming protests and counter protesters. I've showed you a lot of her clips before, but not since the election. And again, this is the woman.
You fucking trash! Fuck you, Nazis! Fuck you, Nazis! Fuck you,
You can't even match your pants. I love that she's giving Anarchy Princess vibes. If you don't know who Anarchy Princess is, she's amazing. She terrorizes MAGA. You need to follow her on every platform. I'm not sure who this woman is, but I'm saying this is what Anarchy Princess does. But doesn't it almost even seem like the police are protecting them? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it almost seems like the police are protecting Patriot Front. That's what I find. They're riding alongside. They basically have sympathetic police officers like riding alongside them. Exactly. Making sure they can do this. And do you remember in the previous clip when they're like, oh, are you guys marching anywhere? They're like, can we come? It's so disturbing. Yeah, the police are them. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is very obviously like they are in support of this. They're just riding slowly along, blocking anyone from getting in their way of marching around. Thank you so much, Kathleen, for the $20. She said, thanks for your sweat and tears. Please keep us informed. I will. Well, it said, please keep us in. And I assume you meant informed or... Sure they are with their faces covered. I agree. Besides Thomas Rousseau, these people are all cowards. I mean, oh, and before I show you a couple clips of JD Vance, I'm trying to think of what order I want to do this. Yeah. Let me show you some information about Patriot Front really quick. Because, oh man, this is not the best picture of Thomas. He got a haircut since, thank God. He used to look like JD Vance with like stringy, like if Kurt Cobain and JD Vance had a baby, is what Thomas Rousseau used to look like. No. Ooh. Anyways, yes, this is him. So again, this is Thomas Rousseau. I put a link to this if you want to look this up and read more, because I'm just going to show you a little bit. But like, he is very much like he is well known to anti-domestic tea groups and nonprofits who are like tracking the rise of the far right nationalist groups. And this is just information that this specific nonprofit has gathered. So he's from Dallas. He was born in 1988. Thomas Ryan Rousseau began revealing adherence to white supremacy as a member of his high school newspaper. This aided in his rapid ascension into leadership on the racist front. First, I couldn't remember the name. That's who he was leading at Charlottesville. Vanguard America, and later with his founding of Patriot Front. And he basically had a dispute with other leadership at Vanguard America. I think almost specifically about something that I don't know, they don't email me the details of their fights, but basically something that he did or said at Charlottesville that other leaders of that group didn't like. And that's when he split off basically and created Keep tapping the screen. I just got a violation. I don't think I've said anything wrong. Oh, maybe it was the F word that woman was screaming. I don't know. Tap the screen. We love TikTok Shop. And this is why once I just start doing my lives in Streamlabs, it'll probably be better anyways. Because none of this stuff would be bad. Keep tapping the screen. Tap, tap, tap. I appreciate it so much. Okay, so yeah, I guess maybe that video was a little much. Anyways, I didn't think about it that way. I just thought it was funny. So first with Vanguard America, then Patriot Front. Yeah, he grew up in the suburbs of Dallas, Texas. He attended Coppell High School, honed his propaganda skills in the school newspaper, which later propelled, yeah, I said that, into his rapid ascension. Oh, I just basically read that. This is from the Patriot Front manifesto. These are just quotes that he obviously wrote. He is the leader. A nation within a nation is our goal. Our people face complete annihilation as our culture and heritage are attacked from all sides. Oh, the state was founded on liberal ideals, even from inception, but many acts of the people counteracted its original foundation and ensured a white American homeland for a time. However, due to the basis of the state's founding, these bulwarks against the eventual degeneration of the republic were temporary and ultimately futile. This stuff is really disturbing. Yeah, I'll just read. I'm not going to read all this, but an African may have lived, worked, and even been classed as a citizen. Again, trigger warning. This is just his words. I'm just giving you an idea of who these people are. I just want to confirm they are who they say they are. It may have lived, worked, and even been classed as a citizen in America for centuries, yet he is not American. He is, as likely prefers to be labeled, an African in America. This is Patriot Front. So when you see these people, brown pants, blue shirts, blue jackets, covered faces, and that guy wearing that hat, these are their beliefs. This is who these people are. I don't want to read. So, yeah, I want to show you one more part of this. Which part of it did I want to read? Yeah, just the stuff about Trump. So, he wrote for his high school newspaper, which was called The Sidekick. He wrote opinion columns in support of conservative topics, including campus carry. He's pro 2A on school campuses, law in Texas and North Carolina. North Carolina's since gutted bathroom bill. He was an ardent supporter of Donald Trump. Thank you for the swan. He was an ardent supporter of Donald Trump. In an October 26, 2016 column, Rousseau wrote, using rhetoric that would reappear in his future patriot propaganda, Trump's campaign this is the quote I wanted. Here we go. Trump's campaign is about more than just the election of who is president. It is a referendum on American democracy, a simple decision between who is really in control of this nation, a corrupt establishment with wishes to usurp democracy or the American people. In a separate, since removed opinion column published days after the election titled Trump, the Silent Majority No Longer Silent. And in it, he wrote, quote, the truth is white voters, especially the working class, have had more than enough of being called racist, sexist, xenophobic, Islamophobic, homophobic, and the rest of the usual buzzwords. The forgotten majority of the American electorate has shown that, much to the dismay of the globalist agenda, that they have not yet been replaced by tens of millions of blue voting immigrants from abroad. This is the replacement theory. Do you understand what I'm saying? The fringe of the right that nobody used to be able to speak of is now mainstream in America. Like what nobody used to say and was crazy in 2016. And if you heard it, you would say, oh, that is a bigoted conspiracy theory, is now what we hear every single day in America. Crazy stuff. Okay, I'm going to show you a couple clips. I didn't clip all of it. Again, this was happening in real time. I just did 2 clips of JD Vance at this gross rally. Again, JD Vance is alive. And sorry, someone said that a while back, and I thought it was JD Vance does exist, apparently. And that will be JD Vance's job, right? Trump's not really religious. You saw him in the National Prayer Breakfast looking like he was like reminding himself he was never going to a church service again. This is why JD Vance is there. He's the man of the Heritage Foundation, right? To attend these rallies with Mike Johnson and let the right know they support them.
And that brings me back to where we stand today. Earlier this week, President Donald J. Trump stood in the Capitol Rotunda and took the oath of office, becoming not just the 45th, but now the 47th President of the United States. And I know all of you helped. With the inauguration on Monday, our country faces the return of the most pro-family, most pro-life American president of our lifetimes.
The most pro-American family, exactly the words of Rousseau in his manifesto. We're pro-family, we're pro-life. Just not women's lives or children's lives, but it's that idea. The most pro-family, pro-life president.
It faces the return of the most pro-family, most pro-life American president of our lifetimes. Now, this is the man who delivered on his promise of ending Roe, giving us a monumental, earth-shattering decision in Dobbs. The man who appointed hundreds of pro-life judges dedicated to defending the constitutional liberties of all Americans. And the man who supported pro-family policies like doubling the child tax credit, which happened during his first administration and which we're going to do so much more on in the second administration. Now he's back, and we're going to do it again.
What? Did Trump double the child tax credit? I don't think so. Wasn't that, but that was because of the change to the child tax credit. Did Trump? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is exactly like when JD Vance said that Trump tried to save the Affordable Care Act. Do you remember that when he was debating Tim Walz? And he's like, yeah, Trump tried to save the Affordable Care Act. Same thing. The lies, like, it's JD Vance is highly intelligent, right? Yeah. Is he a Yale-educated lawyer? Is he a Yale man? Or Princeton? One of the two. Yale. Someone will tell me in the chat. Anyways, but my point is, JD Vance used to not lie as much as he does now. Yale. Thank you, guys. Yeah. Someone just said Harvard. Yeah, I think it's Yale. Or is he Harvard? Can someone actually look? I don't want people to just make things up. Yeah, Yale. I think it's Yale. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, F. Schmotzies. A very appropriate title for today. This is literally where we're at in life. Okay. Sorry, I'm a little stressed out from all of this. Him and his wife were, but yes, he went to school with his wife, who's also highly intelligent. And actually, thank you for bringing up Usha. His wife name's Usha, right? This man has multiracial children and is lying for Donald Trump. She works and I don't think she was quite a partner. I don't think she was a partner, but she worked. She quit. She worked at one of the most progressive law groups in California, in San Francisco, and then basically quit. Yeah, exactly. I don't know why but I'm saying he did not used to be like this. That's what I'm saying. Remember those text messages came out of him saying that Trump was mustache man, reincarnate, and all those horrible things. Those were texts, and you can go look this up. You don't need me to tell you. JD Vance's very close friend, oh, I don't want to get this wrong, is a trans man, and I can't remember his name. And JD Vance always dead names him. Right. But that's where those text messages came from when they were in college together. Right. Like, yeah, like that's what this was. It was later in life. They both became lawyers and were exchanging messages because JD's friend is like, you're not the person that I used to know. You have changed type of a situation. So yeah, JD Vance used to be very different and was intelligent. And now it like is just throws out these lies, just like Trump taught him. It's quite disturbing.
With his return to office, no longer will the federal government direct FBI raids on the homes of people like Mark Houck and other Catholic and Christian activists who are fighting for the unborn every single day. And no longer will our government throw pro-life protesters and activists, elderly, grandparents, or anybody else in prison. It stopped on Monday, and we're not going to let it come back to this country.
Again, we're talking about people who were terrorizing women seeking health care. I read to you an account of that, right? Smashing someone's hand in the door and refusing to let their hand out of the door, using ropes, chains, whatever, pushing people out of the way. Like, so those are the people he pardoned. But notice how they're always, oh, well, some of these people are older, so I guess it's not a crime. You're the one that wants to prosecute Joe Biden for nothing. Thanks, Casual Dre, for following me on Twitch. That's awesome. Is that you, Belchy Belch, in the Twitch chat? Hi, I'm wondering if that's Kyle Belcher. Just asking, sorry. A little distracted. Okay, so again, and then I just wanted to show you this because all of this is connected. This is who the Republicans are. So I was talking to someone I thought was my friend this morning who is very much not. But if you cannot renounce this stuff, if you cannot say, hey, what Elon Musk did at the inauguration is wrong, I cannot stand for this. I need to separate myself from what the Republican Party has become, right? That's why I always say that phrase, hey, I used to say, I'm no longer going to be saying that, right? After having to watch Elon Musk do those salutes and now watching Patriot Front be basically ushered around by DC police so they can terrify people. I don't want to hear people, I used to say, hey, not all Republicans are racist, but all racists are Republicans, right? If you will stand for this, if you will be party to this, this is who you are. I just want to be clear. This is who you are now. I can't. Okay, so I just want to preface this. This is a Nick Fuentes clip. Keep tapping the screen, share the live. We love TikTok Shop. It's so important to us. And I just want to say, like, I was playing clips. I played some clips of Nick Fuentes because he's, again, a leader of this movement on the right. He's a nationalist, specifically a white nationalist. And in this video, everything I've just told you about Patriot Front and about Thomas Rousseau, he's pretty much echoing. But he's also, I've also told you that I find it very interesting that Nick Fuentes is who he is because he's Mexican. You know what I'm saying? The craziest thing about Nick Fuentes is that he's Mexican. Do you guys remember what I showed you? That clip of, when Elon Musk was pretending to be that other guy he pretends to be, him and his Reddit mods were like, why in the F is the leader of a white nationalist movement Mexican? He addresses it in this video. But yeah, I mean, I just want to say this rhetoric, Adrian, thank you. I couldn't remember his name. Adrian, thank you. But yeah, that's what you're about to hear.
let's just be so honest. I want to live in a white country. I just do. And if you're white, you probably do as well. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's how.
I mean, I think I think we should just.
I grew up in a white suburb. I went to a high school that was 95% white. I like it. I like being in a place where the people look like me. And, you know, I'm partially Mexican. People say,
What? What? Like, I'm not even gonna play. I don't even know. I'm not gonna play the rest of it. But like, do you know what I'm saying here? Make it make sense, Nick. And that's the thing, like, that you really don't get, like, about the movements like patriotism. It's a blood quantum thing, right? Like, you know, like the same way, if you don't know, because I'm part Mexican indigenous, which we'll get to it. The amount of racism in the news, casual racism, is just shocking. But what Dr. Danny, who hosts the broadcast with me on Tuesdays, was telling me this morning. Actually, I don't want to get it wrong because, you know, she's an actual doctor and is very precise on the information. She's a professional researcher. So I want to make sure I don't just like misquote her. Let me pull it up. You know, because that's what our group chat is. Thank you for the hat. It's basically us sharing disturbing information, and she has several research groups going, and this is from this morning, or at 11:17 a.m. Mountain Time. In another episode of We Live in the Bad Place, did y'all hear that Trump is trying to exclude indigenous people from birthright citizenship? The people that had their land stolen were massacred, had their culture erased. Trump is trying. If you don't think this is about this type of nationalist far right movement, I don't want to hear the lies and excuses anymore. If you support the Republican Party, this is who you are. Period. Don't say to me, oh, it's not me. It absolutely is you. And let me finish reading what she said here. Yeah, okay. Oh, and then Mandy said, I'm just reading our group chat. Yeah, I was chatting with a friend about it this morning. It's dumb AF. And Danny said, they're citing the Civil Rights Act of 1866 to do it. I think they'll probably win. Technically, the way the law is written, they're correct. They're going to use that and Elk v. Wilkins to do it. I honestly think they might succeed. I mean, this is reality. I'm indigenous Mexican. My father, who's half from the Yaqui tribe, right? Yaqui, from the Pascua Yaqui Reservation in Arizona. Half of the Yaquis are on the U.S. side of the border, half are on the Mexican side of the border. Voted for Donald Trump. Imagine the Hispanic vote is one of the groups of people, Hispanic males particularly, that push Trump over the edge in places like Arizona. And now this is what is going on. They're trying to invalidate birthright citizenship for indigenous people. Again, I'm sorry, but this is who you are. If you voted for Donald Trump and you will not renounce the Republican Party and actively work against them, this is who you are now. I had someone tell me, well, I didn't support the executive order on birthright citizenship, but it was struck down, so it's okay. Like, it's okay. They can still continue being a Republican. In that same speech in the Oval Office where he's pardoning the 23 people who were convicted of, blocking AB clinic entrances, he's talking about, they're like, the birthright citizenship, there was a temporary injunction. What are you going to do? And he's like, appeal it. We'll see what happens. Yeah, a judge blocked it for now. Please understand. That is the point. It's a temporary injunction. This will end up where? At the Supreme Court. And in the words, actually, I don't want to skip around so much, but since I'm on it, let me, I don't need to tell you this. Like, let me just have, awful Chip Roy tell you. Because man, is he awful. Quite truly. And that's what I'm saying. If you think because a judge temporarily blocked Trump's attempt to end birthright citizenship, that somehow you're not complicit in fascism and bigotry. No, you still are, unless you're renouncing it and working to undo the horrors of what Trump has done. You are complicit in this. This is who you are now, and I do hold you responsible. See, sorry, I'm just looking for my... There we go. Keep tapping the screen. You guys are doing such a good job. We're almost to 150K. Let's get there fast. Tapping is clapping. Again, oopsies. Since screenshot this as well. If you... Oh, I'm looking at the wrong screen. I was like, I forgot about the delay. I was like, why can't you guys see this? Again, since TikTok is gone from the App Store, the only way to support me, I mean, there will be gifts, but again, you can't reload because TikTok is not connected to the Apple Store. All the subscriptions are going away. Please support me through Cash App and Venmo or the Streamlabs tip link that is in my link tree. I appreciate it so, so much. Tapping is clapping. Again, if you, I have no money. If you have no money, that is 100% fine. The way you can always support me is by tapping. Since there's not really, TikTok's not in the App Store, the only way to really engage in the live essentially is tapping. So tap, tap, tap. It means the world to me. I appreciate it. We got to 600,000 yesterday, and we can do it again. Okay. So yeah, if you want to screenshot this, but I mean, there's not really much to it, right? It's a 14-day restraining order. And they're coming at this, right? Like there are being lawsuits filed in many different jurisdictions. So they're going, and I think this is just my opinion, but I think it's obvious. Like when this injunction's up, they're going to try to keep cool crab head. They're going to keep trying to have injunctions or other judge halt or block this over and over. Because I think I read this morning somewhere that it's winding through the courts in like 5 or 6 jurisdictions now. But again, this is Chip Roy. This is who you are. If you voted Republican and you do not renounce the Republican Party, this is who you are now.
Yes, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to say, yeah, court today ruled, that is not constitutional, so they put an injunction on it. Well, we'll see. We'll see how this plays out in the legal system. But from my reading of the law, when the 14th Amendment was passed in 1868, a mere 4 years later, the United States Supreme Court in the slaughterhouse cases explicitly said, 4 years removed from the passage of an amendment to the United States Constitution, the then sitting Supreme Court said that it did not apply to people who were here as the children that were being born here of people that were foreign citizens. Another court echoed that a decade or so later. One court came in and said, well, no, we think there's birthright citizenship if you're born here to a foreign national, but only if you're a legal permanent resident. I believe the president's executive order is correct. I believe it is lawful. I believe it is constitutional. I believe he ought to continue to enforce it, and we ought to be challenging this all the way up through the courts and immediately win this. And I believe this Supreme Court will side on the right side, which is that you are a citizen if you are the child of an American citizen. Subject to the jurisdiction thereof has to matter.
I mean, this is the reality of who the Republican Party is now. They're trying to invalidate indigenous people's citizenship. the actual birthright owners of the land of America that it was taken from. This is who you are. And still, well, while nationalists, while the far right fringe is celebrating this, celebrating Elon Musk's salutes, we have to be gaslit. Now, oops, I'm going to be skipping around a little bit, but believe me, this will all come together and make sense. I have done a lot of different planning. I showed you guys this on a couple days ago after the first live on Wednesday, the first live after what Elon Musk did, right? And I showed you how it was so interesting because the Republicans who are delusional, right, and are trying to be like, that's not what he did. That's not what he did. Oh, look, we have a photo of Kamala doing it. That's how unintelligent MAGA is at this point. They screenshotted an arm motion and thought that this was a justification. But imagine have a rise of terrifying bigotry, authoritarianism, fascism, totalitarianism in our country. And this is what the cognitive dissonant give us. It's okay if I'm still a Republican because I was able to take a screenshot of Kamala's arm in relatively the same position. Well, thankfully, I found someone to clarify. Look at imagine saying this. Imagine being this embarrassing. Was it like what Kamala did? I must have missed their outrage. Like, imagine not being able to reason through that and think, oh, that probably doesn't make any sense. But anyways, I found a video to just clarify for everyone.
See what can be.
Oops, sorry. I play it with sound.
Prepared to do the work of helping our nation see what can be, unburdened by what has been, and see the vision of the future, respecting our past.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
You tell me, is this in any way similar? Is this similar? She's speaking about rights and freedom for all. Again, MAGA has the nerve to gaslight us and say, it's no big deal. That's exactly what Kamala was doing. Then I finally find the videos, and this is what it is.
United States prepared to do the work of helping our nation see what can be, unburdened by what has been, and see the vision of the future, respecting our past.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
If you guys want, I'll play it again. Let me make it the right size. Just screen record. If you want to turn on, someone asked for this video again. Right now, we don't need to do it this way because when TikTok went down last Saturday, I put a forever link to join the Discord in my link tree. I'll probably take it down this weekend when I do more administrative work. But if you want to join the Discord, you can go to my link tree and join through there. This clip where I found it on the internet is in today's outline. But again, if you want to screen record right now, I'll just play it one more time. So you should have already started, but start now, and then I will play it and you can just crop it and it'll be done. But here we go. Let's play it one more time. Imagine the nerve of MAGA to continue gaslighting us about this BS.
United States prepared to do the work of helping our nation see what can be, unburdened by what has been, and see the vision of the future, respecting our past.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
United States.
So that's what my point is, that we have two factions of MAGA developing. The ones that want to believe they're not bigots and racists, who are like, oh, I found a screenshot of Kamala's arm up in the air in relatively the same position, and somehow I think that makes me not party to bigotry. That's embarrassing in itself. And the people who celebrated, who actively celebrated when that happened. And that's one of the clips. Let me find, like I said, we're going to skip around a bit. I played you the one clip of Chris Murphy did a great job. I played it a couple days ago. He listed off like every nationalist group, all the people who were celebrating this and absolutely confirming, Republicans confirming, did you see that? We can all do it now. Like, Elon Musk has our backs. Like, so those are the two groups, and it's interesting to watch the ones in complete denial who are like trying to gaslight us. Oops, puzzle piece. Give me 1 second. Gotcha. Got it. Yay. And then we have the other ones who are like, this is what I've been waiting for. We can all come out of the closet now. Oh, it's the next video. Okay. We're kind of going in order. So Bernie Sanders put out I don't know. I love watching all the Senate Democrats become influencers. It's not Bernie Sanders. I think it's like someone that works in Bernie Sanders' office. And Senator Chris Murphy also has a great video calling this out on his page as well. I suggest checking either out, but Bernie Sanders did a great job.
Billionaire oligarch Elon Musk has long supported right-wing causes here in the United States, including spending $250 million to re-elect Donald Trump. But recently he's decided to take his political project global, backing far-right parties in many other countries and using his massive platform to attack anyone who doesn't share his views. Let's start with Germany. In December, Musk publicly endorsed the German Alternative for Deutschland, or AfD, a far-right political party with deep ties to the neo-Nazi movement. Its founder and former leader, Alexander Golan, has said that Germany should be proud of its soldiers in the world wars and that people should no longer reproach Germans for World War II. Another prominent AfD leader openly plays with Nazi themes, shouting at meetings, "Everything for Germany," a Nazi stormtrooper slogan banned in Germany.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, and I think I have a screenshot of it in this presentation, someone projected Elon Musk doing that salute onto the Tesla factory in Germany. And in order to say, we need to boycott Tesla, like this man is doing the mustache man salute. And I was watching like German news and how they're handling this, and they're just like, Elon Musk is a liar. Like AfD is not the most popular party in Germany. It's incorrect to say that. And they also said, like, they were giving examples of how hated AfD is like in the rest of Europe. And they were saying that France's far right fringe group, like the farthest right fringe group that would be comparable to AfD, will not claim or acknowledge AfD because they are so extreme.
As recently as 2023, AfD members participated in a secret meeting in Potsdam that included neo-Nazis, where they discussed a mass deportation plan for, quote, non-assimilated Germans. They are also vehemently
You said Australian news is blurring out the gesture. Oh yeah, you're not allowed, just to be clear, it's illegal to make that gesture. In Germany, it's illegal to speak of those things. I mean, they eradicated it and made it illegal in their society so that they never reverted back. So people like Elon Musk funding a party like AfD is seen as absolutely insane to them. And I just want to say, always follow the money. Right? Always follow the money. Why is Elon Musk, like I've said it, I'm going to give you twofold. The first time I was talking about it when I heard that Elon Musk was meddling in elections and propping up far-right fringe parties in Italy, right? Mussolini's granddaughter. If you don't know who Mussolini is, look up World War II. Not a great guy. Is basically the president of Italy. And Elon Musk is backing that party. He's backing the AfD in Germany. Georgia. I love that name. And he's backing the far-right fringe party in the UK, right? He made a $277 million investment in the US election and has almost doubled his net worth. Did double, more than double. He is worth $500 billion now. So, of course he's going to try it again, right? He is power crazed, but I mean, it's fiduciary to his investors. It would be probably irresponsible for him not to try it again fiduciarily. Like, he has a fiduciary duty, so he's trying it again. And the second part of that is, why would he back the far right fringe parties in Europe? What is Europe currently doing to Elon Musk? Which Trump, and we're going to watch this, gave a speech in Davos yesterday and was terrorizing the leaders there, basically saying, back off of the tech bros, back off of Mark Zuckerberg, back off of Elon Musk. Why? They're fining them. They're fining them billions of dollars. They have lawsuits against them because the European Union has what we don't have. They have data privacy laws, right? You're not allowed to pathologically lie. You know what I mean? You're not allowed to spread disinformation and misinformation. Yes, and brains. Thank you, Wicked Bliss. Very clearly. And so they are being pushed out of the market, right? They're all being fined. Apple, Google, Meta, and they want it to stop. This is part of what they have lobbied Trump for, is to bully the European Union into becoming like us, taking away fact checking, taking away data privacy laws, right? Muddling the truth. This is all connected, and it is a money grab, right? The liberal culture, the data privacy laws don't make the tech bros money in Europe, and they want them to go away. So Elon Musk has backed the craziest of the crazies of the far right fringe. Plus, he agrees with those ideals, right? This is a man that has come from apartheid South Africa. Make no mistake about it. But all of this is connected, right? They want the deregulation of the European Union.
Muslim. A 2017 AFD manifesto said, quote, Islam does not belong in Germany. The AFD sees the spread of Islam and the presence of over 5 million Muslims, whose numbers are constantly growing, as a great danger to our state, our society, and our system of values. Despite trying to put forward a more moderate face in recent years, the current party co-leader Alice Weidel has said she sees the defeat of Nazi Germany as the defeat of one's own country by a former occupying power, rather than the country's liberation from the cruelty of Nazism. But Musk seems fine with all this. He has written that, quote, only the AFD can save Germany, unquote. He has repeatedly praised the party and recently hosted a live stream with Weidel to boost the party's electoral chances. And it's not just the German far right.
He hosted a live stream that was full of lies. I just want to be clear. They spread complete disinformation, misinformation, and propaganda on that live stream. And now we have these like little red pill kids, these 19-year-old like Elon Musk fans who are parroting this stuff. I've heard it in debate lives. This is not a documentary. This is a clip that is on, I assume, any platform of Bernie Sanders. This is Bernie Sanders, U.S. Senate for Vermont. That's his watermark in the corner. If you can't see it, this is just a video put out by Bernie Sanders in response to what Elon did at the inauguration. And again, there is right now a link to join the Discord in my link tree. Anyone can use it. And every day, these outlines are in the people's receipts section. So yeah, the link is there, but you could just go on Bernie Sanders Senate page on X or on Blue Sky, and this video will be there.
Musk has regularly...
Oh, it actually, I just saw the watermark. It says source on the bottom, and I'm not sure if that's one of these clips. I'm assuming it's one. It says Politico. But again, this is on Bernie Sanders' page.
Attacked UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, most recently saying that Starmer was complicit in the rape of Britain and calling for him to face criminal charges, while calling another Labour minister a rape genocide apologist. Musk has also repeatedly called for the release of Tommy Robinson, a member of England's openly fascist British National Party who is serving time in prison after libeling a 15-year-old Syrian refugee who was violently assaulted at school. Musk was so angry about Robinson's imprisonment that he suggested on X that the U.S. should liberate the Brits from their
Imagine that, though. I mean, and I played a clip for you guys of Piers Morgan, who is by no means a leftist. I wouldn't even consider him a Democrat, literally giving real facts on, like, hey, you guys have no idea who Tommy Robinson is or why he's in jail. But yeah, this is all connected. Just what Elon Musk did in America, spread misinformation and disinformation using the social media site he bought, right? Control an election. That's why it's so important for him to have the tech industry in Europe deregulated. How can he spread his misinformation and disinformation if they don't deregulate it? He wants to make more money. He wants to be available in those markets, and he wants the power he has in America, the same social media reach, to be the social media reach he has there. Yeah, they're very much trying to take over the world. But the pinky and the brain are cute. This is not so cute.
Tyrannical government. But Musk hasn't stopped with Germany and Britain. He has also...
Sorry, I'm just responding to someone in the chat who said, Piers is a huge problem here in the UK. That is my point. I said, I'm trying to say, I don't like Piers Morgan, and Piers Morgan did a whole segment fact-checking Elon Musk and saying, hey, I actually like Elon Musk. I'm by no means a liberal, but you have all of your facts wrong about what you're saying about Tommy Robinson and like his band of fascists. Yes, Piers Morgan is British. Yeah, I think that's pretty obvious. Yeah, he's British. Why do I like him so much? I don't like Piers Morgan. I'm going to just say this one more time. I do not like Piers Morgan. No one does. If you've listened to him talk, you couldn't like him. He's super annoying. But that's the point. That's how crazy it is. That's how crazy Elon Musk's propaganda he's spreading about Tommy Robinson is. That someone that is so... I would say Piers Morgan is he's pretty MAGA, right? Like, he's probably like a little moderate Republican to MAGA. And he's like, okay, even I can't take these lies. I've never even seen him do something like that.
Leveled personal insults at many other officials who don't share his far-right agenda. He called German Chancellor Olaf Scholz an incompetent fool, and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau an insufferable tool. He's tried to get Italian judges fired for their rulings on immigration laws and attacked the European Union for its efforts to regulate social media platforms. Obviously, Musk has a right to free speech, but that doesn't mean he should be able to use his enormous wealth, much of which was obtained from American taxpayers via tens of billions in U.S. government contracts and clean energy credits, to promote far-right extremists and interfere in the domestic politics of our closest allies. And that doesn't mean there should not be consequences when these words incite violence. The truth is that Musk is a symptom of a deeper problem in our democracy, the corrosive power of extreme wealth in warping our politics and concentrating power in the hands of just a few people.
Exactly. The corrosive problem. Extreme wealth is corrosive. And it's like small at the onset, and look at how fast the corrosion is spreading now. Like, it feels like day after day. American corruption, I agree, is at an all-time high, and it is moving fast. Like, the deep part of it, what also was going on in the Oval Office yesterday when Trump was in there, is he's signing executive orders to deregulate crypto. Crypto has never been regulated. Trump is using crypto as a grift to get an unregulated way to get paid off by foreign governments or people that want to do business with him, and he's deregulating it. Imagine MAGA voted for him because they thought that he cared about them, and he's deregulating AI. One woman had the nerve to ask him, like, don't you think deregulating AI and automation is just going to take jobs from Americans? And he's like, oh, no. Of course it is. Very much, of course it is. Like, that is the reality. He does not care. This is not America first. None of this is America first. I want to make sure. Sorry, I'm just deciding. I do have a picture of if you haven't seen what I'm talking about, about them projecting what Elon did onto the Tesla factory, this is it. Someone in protest, like an Antifa person, projected what Elon Musk, that his salute onto the Tesla factory, and basically said, "Hey, Boston Brian, welcome to the party." And basically they're saying we need to boycott Tesla, which unfortunately the truth is, it's like, I don't think Tesla, our taxpayer dollars have subsidized Tesla. Like yeehaw, we should boycott everything. But how Elon Musk has made a lot of money is manipulating the Bitcoin and Dogecoin that Tesla holds, right? He used Tesla's profits to buy Bitcoin, so it's a bigger problem than that. But I agree, we should boycott. And I hope the European Union holds strong and does not support. Yes, this was in Germany that they did this. They're basically saying this guy is trying to bring back Mustache Man, and this is his company. We need to not buy things from him, which I could not agree more with. Oh yeah, Elon Musk is a welfare queen. I don't like to say the word welfare queen because that was made up by Ronald Reagan to demonize a hardworking, intelligent Black woman in this country. But I mean, this is the number one guy on welfare. Our tax dollars made Elon Musk, right? And now his job is to decide, this is a man profiting off military contracts of all sorts. That's why they tried to shut down the government over funding over the budget. But a couple weeks before, one of the largest spending bills of the year went through, the NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act. Did you hear one billionaire Republican complaining about that? No, because they're all getting rich off of it. Why are his stockholders not enraged? But what do you mean? He invested $277 million in an election, and his stock is rising. I mean, because he's doing his fiduciary duty. They're not suffering yet. I'm not saying it's not possible, but they're not suffering. He's making money. The value of his businesses is increasing, not decreasing. But I do hope European Union is one of the last bastions, of, I don't even know what to call it, normalcy, decency. So I do hope they keep their tech industry regulated. I do hope they don't let the spread of propaganda and misinformation and disinformation take over. I mean, but that is what the tech bros want. And they had Trump threaten the European Union yesterday. So let's get to let's see. Let me see which direction the presentation is going. We're going to get to that. The Trump speech in Davos was unbelievable. Oh yeah, I know what I want to show you guys. So let me show you. Elon Musk is having a little bit of a problem. I talked to you guys about this yesterday a bit, the tech bro feud. Elon Musk is engaged in a huge lawsuit with OpenAI, a real genius. I was talking to you guys about how when I worked in the tech industry, it's the real tech bros, like the Zuckerbergs, the Sam Altmans, right? Who Elon Musk is right now engaged in a feud with. They don't respect Elon Musk because he's not like them. He's not a coder, right? He's not an engineer. He's like they are. He's not a scientist. This is just a guy who bought his way into the industry. No matter how many places he puts on his website that he designs rockets, he doesn't. Me, Raid, I love when you do that. That's funny. Thank you, Nail Me Down. Happy Friday. Thank you for being here. So Elon Musk is never going to be them, right? And he hates that. That no matter how many times he says he designs rockets, he still has to have rocket scientists and physicists to help him. But I want to show you. Okay, so I was talking to you guys yesterday about the feud he has going on with OpenAI's Sam Altman. They're engaged in a huge lawsuit against each other, right? And Microsoft. So this is what Elon Musk is up to. If you look at, and I don't suggest this for your mental health, but if you did look at Elon Musk's profile on X, It's far right propaganda, AFD all of these fringe parties like German parties. This was his response when people were mad at him for that salute or those two salutes. Do you see? I'm not going to read this, but do you see what I'm saying? This was his response to mock people that are concerned about the rise of bigotry and racism in this country. He made these jokes. It's disgusting. I'm not going to read them. I refuse to read those out loud. I hate that I even had to read them. And then this is another one. This is what he writes. If I see one more damn you know what salute in my feed, I'm going to lose my mind. This algorithm sucks. It's he's basically trolling people who are disturbed by the fact that he has come out as a far right, you know what. Then he's long done this, but he's promoting propaganda about apartheid. You know, he comes from apartheid South Africa. That was like the most extreme example of like modern segregation. It is literally like the Jim Crow South on like times 10 million. And he's promoting propaganda about it. Yeah, he was, Loris. That's true. That's what I heard. I mean, this is in their family line. So back to the Sam Altman feud. He has this ongoing feud with OpenAI. So part of what Trump was doing in the Oval Office was an executive order to deregulate AI.
Is more sophisticated now.
Thank you. Please do follow me if you haven't followed me, by the way. After TikTok went down and came back up, I had like 600 less followers on TikTok. I also think people deleted the app in general, but just saying, if you're not following me on TikTok, please do follow me. I really, really, really appreciate it. But yeah, so Trump, I showed you guys yesterday, was in a press conference. He had Sam Altman, who is right now Elon Musk's like big rival, Larry Ellison, who owns Oracle, and Masayoshi, I think I said that right, talking about the Stargate project, which is going to build these energy guzzling data centers that aren't necessarily a good thing. But again, Trump is saying it's a good thing. These are just really rich people starting a private corporation. And Elon Musk freaked out and said they don't actually have the money. Remember, I showed you this part yesterday where he said they don't actually have the money. SoftBank has well under 10 billion secured. That's Masayoshi's bank. I have that on good authority. And Sam Altman's trolling and being like, wrong as you surely know, want to come visit the first site already underway. This is great for the country. I realize what is great for the country isn't always what's optimal for your companies, but in your new role, I hope you'll mostly put America first. Now, you're not going to like Sam Altman either. Sam Altman, like a lot of these tech bros, used to be critical of Trump, but then once they realized he could be bought and they would lobby for their ambitions, right, and they could form an oligarchy, Sam Altman's tune changed. Now, if this doesn't make you sick, he posts this. Watching POTUS more carefully recently, has really changed my perspective on him. I wish I had done more of my own thinking and definitely fell in the NPC trap. If you don't know what an NPC is in gaming, it's called a non-player character. It's like a slang for people, who don't think. He's saying, wow, I really changed my mind about Trump. It's amazing what getting in bed with, Trump agrees to start lobbying for your interests. You realize you can pay him off, and all of a sudden the tech bros have no beliefs or values. I'm not going to agree with him on everything. At least he said that, but I think he will be incredible for the country in many ways. No, he would be incredible for insanely wealthy people in the tech industry. Not for us, not for people that need health care, not for people that need infrastructure, not for any of us. Just for rich people. But I will say, I do like Sam Altman trolling Elon Musk, because Elon Musk keeps attacking Sam Altman and his little cult followers do. So Sam Altman's posting just one more mean tweet and then maybe you'll love yourself. Nailed it. I do not think Trump knows what an NPC is. Trump didn't understand what crypto was like 3 weeks ago. Yeah, no, Trump has no idea what an NPC is. Oopsies. Oh, I did make this a video. And then he posts this big, beautiful buildings because Elon Musk is like, it doesn't exist. Like, these data centers don't exist. They're lying. And Sam Altman posts this video and is like, oh, they don't exist? Like, here's the buildings we're built. Here's the data center we're building. And that's in Abilene, Texas, right? The first of allegedly 10 data centers. I do think, and we talked about this yesterday, that Elon Musk's right. Like, Masayoshi is famous for saying he's going to like invest in America and not coming through. He did the same thing. Foxconn was Masayoshi. SoftBank, same thing. Remember, they were going to build Foxconn in Wisconsin. It never happened. That was SoftBank. That was Sam Altman's partner in this. These are not data centers like we already have in America. These are data centers. These are going to be AI data centers. They're going to process complex problems like the drain on the Texas energy grid. I have no idea what type of power, like the amount of power it's going to take. It's like mining Bitcoin times 1,000. Like this is like the gas guzzler. It's like getting 0.1 mile to the gallon. The energy it's required to power this thing. I'm interested. Oh, I'll show you a clip of Trump later. Yeah. So anyways, that's going on. And now I want to skip. I'm not going to talk about Mike Pompeo and stupid and whatever his name is because I don't care. I want to move to immigration so we can kind of stay on this track of Trump sucks. I'm trying to think of where I want to start with immigration, or actually not immigration, just general bigotry that will lead into will lead us into birthright citizenship. But this is like, let's just say general bigotry going on with the conservatives that I want to make you aware of. This is huge. If you have not heard about this or know about this, screenshot this article and read it. The Republicans got caught. Do you remember how over and over, like how many times have we had to listen to all of the MAGA liars in Congress denounce Cassidy Hutchinson and say she was lying about something? And what was always the response? Subpoena her. She wants to testify in front of Congress. You guys are calling her a liar. You're subpoenaing everyone else. It's super weird they wouldn't ever subpoena Cassidy Hutchinson. And thanks to the Washington Post, I guess Jeff Bezos did something right. We now know why. Because she has been relentlessly sexually harassed by multiple. It doesn't sound like one. Multiple people in Congress. And you better believe if it was Democrats, Republicans would have hauled her in. And they are afraid if they subpoena her that the text messages that she showed are going to come out, which is basically Congress people harassing her for sex favors. And that's why Mike Johnson would never allow Cassidy Hutchinson to come and testify because all of it was going to come out. You know that slush fund that Congress has, our tax dollars pay for SA accusations and S harassment accusations to go away? Our tax dollars pay for a congressional slush fund to pay off lawsuits. And let me read you just a couple of things about this, just because I know I'm kind of excited and I might not be being clear. An aide to House Speaker Mike Johnson. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost to 200K. Let's see if we can get to 200K. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you so, so, so much. So an aide to Mike Johnson advised Republican colleagues against subpoenaing former White House aide Cassidy Hutchinson as part of their investigation into the J6 attack in an effort to prevent the release of sexually explicit texts that lawmakers, I just want to be clear, lawmakers, which remind me to tell you about some of the stuff in Cassidy Hutchinson's book. This is basically, if you read her book, this is what she's saying. Is like, in DC, it's just, they're just all creeps. Like, she was a Republican, right? Working with these people, and she was just being basically sexually harassed quite a bit. Like, it was like a minefield of like dodging creepy men's hands. Like, not surprising. Okay, that explicit text that lawmakers sent her, according to written correspondence reviewed by the Washington Post and a person familiar with the effort. The aide intervened last June, citing concerns that a subpoena could expose the texts, according to the correspondence and the person, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to talk candidly about private conversations. Johnson revived the investigation this week, right? Because that's what they announced. They're going to start a subcommittee to investigate the investigators, to go after people like Cassidy Hutchinson who testify, to go after Liz Cheney and the rest of the J6 committee. But that's the point. You're trying to say that Cassidy Hutchinson didn't tell the truth, or she did something wrong, or Liz Cheney did something wrong, or whatever, but you can't call her because you're worried that lawmakers are going to be exposed as creeps. And his allies seek retribution against perceived political enemies, including those who investigated his role in the Capitol attack. In a meeting following the June conversation, Johnson and senior aides also conveyed to Loudermilk, right, and members of his staff that issuing a subpoena to Hutchinson and asking her to testify under oath would serve as an opportunity for her to retell her story and potentially embarrass the Trump White House, according to two people present for the meeting. They can't subpoena this woman because she knows all their creepy skeletons. Like, that's and am I surprised to hear this? No. Louder, I know, it's ridiculous. Oh, oopsies, sorry. Keep tapping the screen. I accidentally. Sometimes that happens. Through no fault of my own. Is this the presentation? Yeah. Here we are. The last one. Before that meeting, a Johnson aide told Loudermilk staff that multiple colleagues had raised concern with the Speaker's office about the potential disclosure of sexual texts from members who were trying to engage in sexual favors. I just want to be clear, multiple colleagues had gone to Johnson and said, if you subpoena her, like, this is going to come out about me, essentially. And in Hutchinson's book, like, she tells stories like this. Like, there's a story in there, I believe, about Rudy Kaludi groping her. There's a story in there, allegedly, again, you can read Cassidy Hutchinson's book if you want. She tells another story about disgraced former Congressman Matt Gaetz. Right? I mean, so that's They always have something to hide. You can't have this was a loyal Republican. Again, J6 is Republicans testifying against Republicans. And they're scared that, and multiple colleagues, multiple sounds like more than two, multiple colleagues. Additionally, a member of Johnson's staff told Loudermilk aide to then White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, could potentially reveal embarrassing information, according to a separate email reviewed by the Post. So this is the problem. They want to investigate, but then they have to be prepared that whole new cans of worms and skeletons are falling out of their creepy closet if they try to subpoena the number one witness that the J6 committee got information from. I find this not in any way surprising. Now, let's move on. This is probably, and I was discussing this with Dr. Danny this morning, and we'll talk about this more on the broadcast on Tuesday, but this is so disturbing. Like, the HHS has essentially paused cancer research on the bird flu. Like, the halt has frozen research grants, meetings, and key health updates. Everything is basically in chaos, said one cancer researcher. Like, they are dismantling the federal government, essentially. So the HHS is basically at a freeze. No one's allowed to work. No one's allowed to proceed. And here's just an example of one way. I was watching, I think this is just a narrow example, but it is one example of how this can affect us. But again, if you're wondering why would they not want any medical research? Why would they want to stop cancer research? Why don't they want data? Well, we talk about this on the broadcast, which again, I do the People's Receipts, this show 4 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. On Tuesdays, I host the broadcast with a doctor. Her name is Danielle, and she's an absolute genius. And Mandy, Potty Mouth Pollyanna. And we talk about how conservative policy is directly affecting and unaliving women and children in America through something called science, right? And we know that when this is just one example, these strict AB bans in the South went into effect, creating this huge maternal health desert. For instance, in Texas, right? In rural Texas, it is over an hour's drive at this point just to get OBGYN care. I'm not talking about an AB. I mean to get an ultrasound, to get an OBGYN who will see you. That's what a maternal health desert is. Care is not available. As a result of care not being available, the maternal mortality rate has skyrocketed. That is unalivings of women during childbirth per 100,000 live births. That's the rate. In the developed world, the United States has the highest maternal mortality rate. Does that sound like Republicans are protecting women and children? Isn't that interesting? The people that are obsessed with more babies being born are actually having the opposite effect. Well, this isn't just Texas, but I agree. Who would want to live in Texas at this point if you're a woman? I'm not saying whether Texas is a nice place. I'm saying it's not a safe place. You cannot get medical care there. But it's the whole South has become a blackout for healthcare for women. So women, the maternal mortality rate is raising. And instead of saying, hey, the data is showing us, right? And HHS, that's where this data comes out of. That's where scientists do medical research and determine using math and science that there are issues like this. And instead of saying, hey, this data is coming out and we need to do something to save women's lives, what they're doing in states like Texas is hiding it. So what I'm saying is this is exactly what they've already been doing in Texas, right? All of this horrible information is coming out of Texas, that women are unaliving in childbirth and bleeding out and things like that. So what did Texas do? They just said, we made the decision that our maternal mortality review committee, the people that review these cases and make these determinations, are just going to not review the years after the Dobbs decision. In Georgia, information started coming out that people were dying. If you don't know, maternal mortality rate is the highest in the developed world in the United States. For Black women, you're 3 times more likely to unalive in childbirth in the United States. For Indigenous women, it's 5 to 6 times more likely to unalive during childbirth. And in Georgia, where this is especially true, stories were beginning to leak out. ProPublica got a hold of the Maternal Mortality Review Committee's records, a couple, and these cases of 2 Black women whose deaths were ruled preventable. Oh man, I feel so bad I don't remember. I'm going to get their names wrong, so I'm not going to say it. Amber, Nicole, and Candy are their names, but I don't want to, I'm too afraid to mix up their last names, and I feel Amber Nicole Thurman and Candy. Yeah, Amber Nicole Thurman and Candy. I just am too scared to say her last name wrong. What is Candy's last name? No, that's not her last name. People just say names. Like Miller, thank you. There you go. Thank you, Joanna. Candy Miller. Amber Nicole Thurman and Candy Miller. These were preventable unalivings. Horrific unalivings. That information was leaked. And do you know what Georgia did? Did they say, oh my gosh, this heartbeat bill is unaliving women, and it seems to be disproportionately unaliving Black women. And this review committee has determined that these 2 unalivings were very much preventable. We must change our policies to save women. No, what they did was they fired everyone on the committee. Everybody was fired. They said, we can't tell which one of you leaked this information to ProPublica, so you're all gone. And that's what this is, right? Like there is huge upheaval going on within the HHS and the federal workforce in general. They're trying to traumatize them into leaving. I'm quoting the director of the Office of Management and Budget, the scariest man. I used to think Leonard Leo was the scariest Republican, who basically is, kind of the originator of the Heritage Foundation. The man responsible for the conservative justices on the Supreme Court. I now think it's Russ Vought, who is in charge of the Center for Renewing America, is a Project 2025 architect. He specifically wrote Chapter 2 that is about consolidating power in the executive branch. That was what he said, that the federal workforce should be traumatized into quitting. And that's what this is about. They've paused medical research. And here's one clip. I found a guy who's making a video about why, or an example of why. Oopsies. Sorry.
Regulations, guidance, announcements. We're fucking fucked. The Trump team has ordered an immediate pause on regulations, guidance, announcements, press releases, social media posts, and website posts from the Department of Health and Human Services and the CDC. Let me put this into perspective. The pause also applies to anything that would be intended to be put in the Federal Register, where the executive branch communicates rules and regulations and the Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report. Basically, the CDC's report telling us how many people are dying and why they're dying. And let me be very clear, Trump is not.
They are hiding the data about how Americans are unaliving and why. They are already doing this to women in the South. When you hear Trump say, we don't want anything to do with the World Health Organization, this is why. Policies, we know historically that policies like strict AB bans cause the unalivings of women. Cause, you know what else has skyrocketed? The infant mortality rate, right? So because of that, instead of saying, usually you would get the data, you would analyze it and say, we need to change our policies. But what they're doing is saying, we're not changing our policies. We're moving towards authoritarian fascism, and we're going to hide the data. We're going to hide the information that people need. Also, we're going to flood the zone with so much shit. We're going to discredit the CDC. We're going to discredit the HHS. I'm going to put a quack like RFK in charge of it. And no one's going to know what is real and what is not real. Oh my gosh, I just remembered I have a really good I found a virologist. I was going to play it on the broadcast, but I'm going to play it now because this will give you an example of why you can't do stuff like this. I just remembered I found this. This is a clip. Hold on, let me find it. This is for next week's. I gotta find next week's outline. I hope I have it. Yep. So this man's a genius. His expertise is in vaccines, and I don't even know how I lucked out and found this clip, but it's him basically explaining, why you would not do exactly what Trump has done now, and like what are some of the consequences of that. Hold on. Okay. Keep tapping the screen. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you so, so much. So this is why medical researcher is important. This is a doctor explaining like the damage that Trump has and the right has essentially done.
My parents were children in the
19... His name is Dr. Paul Offit, Offit, and it's from today's roundtable on vaccines. This was from one day ago. Oh, yeah. This is in the Senate. Bernie Sanders is right there and Senator Markey. That's Markey. And then next to him is Bernie. So again, I didn't see any other clips of this hearing. This is the only one I've seen, but you can go back and look because this took place in the Senate. It was a roundtable on vaccines.
My parents were children in the 1920s. Their parents or my grandparents were scared of diphtheria, which would kill 15,000 children a year because it would cause a thick leather-like membrane that would line the windpipe and cause suffocation. They were scared of pertussis or whooping cough, which killed 8,000 children a year. I was a child of the early 1950s. My parents weren't scared of either of those diseases because we had a vaccine. What they were scared about, as Senator Sanders alluded to, was polio, which would paralyze 30,000 children a year and kill 1,800. They were scared of measles, which would kill 500 children and cause encephalitis or swelling of the brain in 1,000, a quarter of whom would be left with permanent brain damage. They were scared of mumps, which was the most common cause of acquired deafness. They were scared of rubella or German measles because if that virus infected women in the first trimester, you had an 85% chance of delivering a child that was blind, deaf, or had heart defects. I did my pediatric residency in the late 1970s, and when I was on call in the emergency department, I would do 2 or 3 spinal taps every night looking for bacterial meningitis because I trained at a time before there was the Haemophilus influenza B vaccine, which is a bacterial vaccine, before the meningococcal vaccine for children, before the pneumococcal vaccine for children. I now work at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, and pediatric residents don't know how to do spinal taps because they never do them for the most part. And so when we have a child who comes in with bacterial meningitis, it's the interventional radiologist that does that tap. My children were born in the 1990s. My wife and I weren't scared of any of these diseases because we had vaccines. But that's the problem. The problem is not only that we've largely eliminated these diseases, we've eliminated the memory of these diseases. And for that reason, parents are now more scared of the safety of vaccines, real or imagined, than the diseases that they prevent.
Exactly. I mean, listen to what he's describing. He used to do 2 spinal taps a night because of meningitis. And now, because of misinformation, disinformation, and propaganda, he's talking about the polio vaccine that RFK currently, leading up to the election, was campaigning on propaganda and lies against it. This is what the HHS studies. Trump has research worldwide, cancer research, Alzheimer's research, paused in a freeze. Researchers can't travel or do their work. Important work that saves our lives. This is Paul Offit, Offit. Oh, thank you, Joanna. You're amazing. Thank you, Joanna. And thank you to all the mods. I appreciate you so much. Toodle, I don't know if you noticed I made you a mod on YouTube. I'm just trying to we're going to have to add some mods on Twitch. Thank you to Kraken and Moonraker on Twitch for being awesome mods and having such a lovely conversation.
And so you're starting to see then an erosion in vaccine confidence, and as a consequence, an erosion in vaccine rates. The CDC recently reported the highest rates of kindergarten vaccine exemptions ever. And as a consequence of that, in 2023, there were 4 outbreaks of measles accounting for 59 cases.
4 outbreaks of measles. My sister is an anti-vaxxer. My sister is highly intelligent. The fact you could get to this point where you believe, and listen, do vaccines have side effects? Of course, right? There are injection site side effects, rashes, pain. You could break out in fevers. You could be dripping in sweat. You could be in terrible pain. But that is better than polio. That is better than meningitis. Right? That is better than measles outbreaks in kindergarten, children with the measles, right? And especially with the development of RNA vaccines, right? What science can do is even better than these first vaccines.
And in 2024, there were 16 outbreaks of measles, accounting for 284 cases. In 2023, there were about 5,600 cases of pertussis. In 2024, there were 32,000 cases of pertussis, which is more than pre-pandemic levels. So I'm scared that that what's happening now, because parents are making this choice because they feel they can, that children are in probably the most dangerous position they've been in recent years.
Immigration and customs.
Sorry, but they back the blue. I mean, they back or the Republican Party backs women and children, right? We have to listen to that. This is actual medical research. This is what Trump has put a stop to and completely paused. The HHS is at a standstill. That article I showed you, sorry, I'm just going back to my presentation. I had to play that live off the internet. That article I showed you, that's what they're talking about. You know, City of Hope, which is this huge cancer hospital and research center. It's researchers there saying, hey, we just got emails that we can't work, that our cancer research is paused. We have no idea what's going on. The government is at a standstill. Like, please, someone do something. And that's what I'm saying. The point is to limit information, right? In fascism, the first people to go are the intellectuals, the scientists, the researchers, right? The enemy of fascism is information, right? They don't want people knowing the truth. This is dangerous for our health. We don't even have free health care. We already can't go to the doctors. And now we're going to make our children in public schools and these stupid voucher schools vulnerable to the spread of illness. Our mistakes, and I just mean that, like all of us electing Trump, the saddest part is, and when I saw this clip, it almost made me cry because children, just like the mass tragedies in schools, they can't stop. They can't legislate against 2A. They can't save themselves from these laws. These are innocent kids who are sitting ducks now for mass tragedies because of lax pew-pew laws, and now just airborne illnesses they can't even see, that they're going to go to school to try to get an education, to try to have a future, and get the measles or get meningitis. Something you can barely recover for sitting ducklings. Exactly. Thank you. I'm sorry. I pulled up I didn't pull up the clips. I pulled up my presentation with the links. That's not going to do us any good. So that's why it's so important to really understand. And I'm not doing it justice. I wish Dr. Danny was here as a doctor and as a professional researcher. I invite everyone to attend the broadcast because, again, it's co-hosted with a doctor and she speaks on this stuff. I mean, if you've never had the pleasure of hearing Dr. Danny speak, she does it professionally for a living. She's paid a lot of money to travel around, do research, and speak about things like this, and it's a treat. And we do that Tuesdays. It's a little earlier because we get Dr. Danny on her lunch break from clinicals. So it is at 10 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. Eastern. It's an amazing experience if you have never been there. Oh, and this is another example. I just want to, we already don't have health care. And what Trump is doing, right? Trump's unholiness is already affecting us. What would be the reason that you rescind an executive order that says you're supposed to negotiate with big pharma to lower the cost of medicines for Medicare and Medicaid? What would be the reason to rescind that? Oh, let me guess. You've accepted a lot of money from big pharma and they want to overcharge for medications. Exactly. It's always about money. Thank you, Jay. Excellent answer. It's always about money, never about what's best for the American people.
Are concerned that many Medicare and Medicaid patients tonight are concerned that President Trump is now signaling that he is not going to work toward lowering the price of prescription drugs, which was a signature goal of the Biden administration. President Trump, as you remember, signing a flurry of executive orders yesterday. One of them reversed an executive order from President Biden that directed government agencies to figure out ways to lower the cost of prescription drugs. Well, we spoke with the executive director of an organization
that this helped lower the deficit. It saved us billions of dollars, too. There was a financial benefit. It was lowering the deficit.
That fights to protect Medicare patients. He says Trump rolling back that executive order sends a clear message.
We're talking about one of the first acts of the administration is coming in and saying, you know, HHS don't find ways to lower people's prescription drug prices on Medicare. That is a very clear indication of the path forward that this administration is going.
That man that was speaking, his name's Alec Lawson, and on Blue Sky, on X, I'm sure he was probably on TikTok. You can he has a company, a nonprofit called Social Security Works, and it's a great account to follow to get updates on, like, you know, the attacks on. There we go. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? I'm still here if you guys are still here. Can you hear me? Okay, cool. I was still talking. I have no idea. Like, TikTok Studio just reset, and then all of a sudden a button came up and it was like, do you want to continue the live? And I was like, yeah. So I don't know. I'm still here though. I was talking to myself. Let me reconnect. Let me cast my iPad really quick. Again, TikTok, that was TikTok, not me. That's the TikTok Studio software on PC. It just like reset or something. Well, I was talking to myself for a sec. I'm trying to think of where I just left off. But again, yeah, I mean, this is what's going on in healthcare. Long story short, I invite everyone to attend the broadcast on Tuesdays because, like I said, everything I'm saying, I have the pleasure of hearing a real doctor say it and a real doctor teach it, and it's super important because this healthcare in this country is only going to get worse. Trump has been lobbied to make it worse for us. Oh, okay. Casual Dre, thank you for following me on Twitch. And Alyssa says, or it's Elisa. Alyssa or Elisa. Elisa, maybe. I like that name. Thanks for all your hard work you do to educate. Thank you so much for the $50. That's amazing. And I appreciate it more than you know. John Grant says, why do you like Piers Morgan so much? You're so funny, John. I love sarcasm. Leanne says, you are my go-to girl for info now. Thanks, Leanne. Thank you for being here and keeping me sane. And Vicky says, please, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge. We're keeping each other sane. We only lost 10 followers and TikTok Studio restarted. This is amazing. Awesome. Thank you guys for waiting and being here. Yeah, if TikTok does that, if that happens again, it seems like it was just 20 seconds and then all of a sudden a button appeared and it was just like continue the live and I just have to push yes. So I don't, in my opinion, this is my opinion, but since TikTok shut down on Saturday, I don't feel like it's been the same. Like it seems like there's all sorts of it doesn't seem to be running the same to me since, and there's a Washington Post article, I believe it's a Washington Post article that describes like the 36-hour scramble before, like, and it seems like, yeah, it's very different. It's especially like the software TikTok Studio that runs on PC. It's just super glitchy, super weird. Like I've never had the software restart like that. Never knew it could. Yeah, it just seems. This is what do they call that? The death rattle. This is why it's so amazing. You guys did. Just a reminder, the best thing happened to me if you weren't here at the beginning of the live. I needed yesterday during the People's Receipts yesterday, I still needed 275 watch hours to get to the point where I could even have like memberships, which memberships on YouTube are subscriptions on TikTok. And so like I couldn't monetize YouTube in any way. And subscriptions are now gone from TikTok. Like TikTok is still, like we're saying, it is different. It's not back in the App Store and it's running weird and subscriptions are gone. And literally since then, I have like 3,195 watch hours. So not only did I get the 275 I needed to get to 3,000, we got way over. So I can have memberships on YouTube. I'll set them up. I'll figure it out and set them up this weekend. And then once we get to 4,000 watch hours, so we have like 875 to go, then we can, I don't know, whatever it is, like, where they can run ads on your page, then we'll have to stop swearing on here so much. But yeah, and then I can be part of that. But I couldn't do any of that if somehow 400 hours, like I said, fall asleep watching YouTube. Let's keep doing that. If we can keep fall asleep this rate, we could beat a 4,000 by next week. You guys are amazing. And I appreciate and love you guys. Thank you so much for the support. It means the absolute world to me. And I promise you support me and I will support you with information and I'll bring the receipts to keep us all sane and informed. So I just wanted to mention this. I think I mentioned it yesterday, but I don't know if I really hammered it home. So I just wanted to give everyone a resource. If you want to take a screenshot, this is an article that talks more about it. But I mean, most people don't know. In one executive order, Trump rescinded thousands of policies of Biden's that were protecting people in different minority groups and different groups of people from anti-discrimination. Now, this is a standalone executive order. There's one executive order where he just rescinded thousands of different things, pretty much everything Biden did to protect minorities. But this is the Lyndon B. Johnson executive order, basically, that he revoked, the Equal Opportunity Employment Act, which basically said, and I'll just give you a brief thing, people have this belief that affirmative action applied to everyone, that companies were all doing affirmative action. They weren't. It's just if you are receiving federal money, right? We give Elon, we subsidize companies like Tesla. If you want government grants, if you want tax dollar money, then you have to abide by affirmative action laws. That doesn't mean you have to hire there's no quotas. That's a lie told by MAGA. All it means is you just have to make an honest effort. You just can't throw resumes of brown and black people out of the pool, right? You have to make an honest effort to have a wide talent pool. And Trump did away with that completely. And that applied to federal contractors and companies receiving federal dollars. Now, this one, I find this super, super, super disturbing. You know how we kept hearing about when Pete Hegseth was doing his confirmation hearing? Well, we're not lethal enough. We need a lethal fighting force. Yeah, the U.S. military is the most lethal fighting force the world has ever seen, just to be clear. But Just like he did this, do you guys remember Trump used to always say Obama was the drone striker in chief, and Trump rescinded a law, got rid of a law that gave visibility into how many people were being unalived in other countries by US drones. So he didn't have to admit it to the American public. Well, now this was, I believe, an army office that was established to like basically do research and do everything they can to protect civilians from being unalived in war zones and in conflict areas. Trump's done away with it, or is trying to do away with it anyways. The Center for Excellence, staffed by about 30 people with backgrounds in targeting intelligence, civil affairs, or humanitarian organizations, was established to share best practices across the military and assist commanders and battlefield personnel in integrating new information into their battle plan, right? About saving lives, keeping civilian people on the ground alive. Yeah, incorporate civilian harm reduction into training exercises, refine data collection, and improve the military's response when civilian unalivings occur. Trump's just like, we don't need that. Of course not. Trump doesn't. And this is an office that was collecting data, right? Now, notice he's shut off access to research data. They're hiding data about women being unalive due to AB bans. Trump doesn't want numbers getting out to people. Trump doesn't want people being able to analyze data and determine what is happening, right? The less information we have, the better. Now, this will make you laugh. I mean, this is funny. So let's just take a brief minute to appreciate someone doing something for us. This is real life. A Democratic, I don't know if he's a state. I think he's a state senator. I'm pretty sure he's a state senator. Introduced a bill in the Mississippi legislature called Contraception Begins at Erection Act, which this sounds stupid, but it's totally valid. Like this is who they are. The life begins at conception, right? But the point is, if you're religious, right? If you're the religious right and life begins at conception, why are all these laws aimed at women? Why are none of them targeting men? Why do men have to not take responsibility for conception, right? Women are demonized, just like Eve in that garden tempted Adam with the apple. Everything is on women. It's our fault. If we become impregnated, we were SLUTs, that's our fault. And this is this guy's attempt to say, well, I agree, life begins at conception, so let's hold men accountable for that.
Now than computers.
It actually makes perfect sense. And this is what I was saying, like, the funny part about this was this guy is trying to point out you're demonizing women and basically blaming them for becoming impregnated, and you're not holding men accountable in any way. And there are men, Republican conservative men, who are like, yeah, I'd vote for this. They don't even think. There are people that don't even get it's a joke. They're like, yeah, this makes sense. Like, life does begin at conception. Maybe we should hold men accountable. And you're like, no way, that can't be true. Well, let me give you an example. Senator Josh Hawley and Senator Mike Lee.
Now than computers.
Like, Josh Hawley wrote a whole book and went on tour trying to ban corn and basically saying this. Like, this is about, let's say, outside of the purposes of having sex. If you're producing ejaculate for pleasure, you know what I'm saying? The old Andrew Jackson, if you will. That's what this bill is targeting. It's trying to say the purpose of sex for women, for not just women, but men, is fertilization of an egg to produce a child. So if you're doing things like the old Andrew Jackson, that's inappropriate. Like, the life begins at conception. All glory to God. You should only be producing ejaculate if you are trying to make a baby. The old Andrew Jackson. Have you guys never heard that? I might have made it up. I've been saying that since I worked in the tech industry, though. Yeah. And again, the point of him saying this is you guys are demonizing women. You've passed hundreds of laws criminalizing women, criminalizing pregnancy. Let's hold men accountable. So how does this aim to work? And I'll just read what it says right here on the bottom. The bill, which is unlikely to pass, would make it unlawful for a person to discharge genetic material. Oh, I wish I would have remembered that. Without the intent to fertilize an embryo. See what I'm saying with this? So no more Andrew Jacksons. Just like they say, hey, if you want to lay on your back and you get pregnant, it's your fault. Same thing, right? Sex is for one purpose only, that's reproduction and nothing else. And we're holding men accountable. This is the bill. I actually went to the Mississippi State Legislature. This is the bill. It's SB 2319 if you want to look it up for any reason, but it's really short. It has 24,227 views. I bet that's most a bill in the Mississippi State Legislature has ever been viewed in the history of the world. But listen, it's actually quite funny. Okay, but I do think we should pass. This is what we need here. Be it enacted by the legislature of the state of Mississippi, like if this passes, Section 1, this section shall be known and may be cited as the Contraception Begins at Erection Act. It shall be unlawful for a person to discharge genetic material without the intent to fertilize an embryo. Upon conviction of a violation, if you catch someone you suspect of a Andrew Jackson or anything similar to that for any reason, that person is fined $1,000 for the first Andrew Jackson and $5,000 for the second Andrew Jackson and $10,000 for a third Andrew Jackson. Now, there are some standards because they do want to create babies. So if you do a Andrew Jackson at a clinic, like to donate your genetic material so someone else can get pregnant, that's okay. You don't get fined. That's okay. If you're at a genetic material bank, as they're called. Then you are allowed to, in fact, do a Andrew Jackson, but only if you are donating your genetic material so somebody else can have a child. Or you will not be fined if you discharge your genetic material with the use of a contraceptive or contraceptive method intended to prevent the fertilization of the embryo. So, if you're donating so somebody else can get pregnant, you're not fined, or if you wrap it up. This is conception begins at erection. I'm just stating the law. This is Mississippi Bill. What did we say the number was? This is Mississippi Bill. This is Mississippi State Bill 2319. This is holding men accountable for Andrew Jacksons. I'm just reading the bill. I'm just telling you how it works. The first time you discharge your genetic material without either being at a sperm bank or wrapping it up, it's $1,000. The second time is $5,000, and the third is $10,000. I really hope this. Can I move to Mississippi and lobby for this bill? Like, let's never let this bill die. Like, somewhere where some state should pass this. This is the best thing that's ever come out of Mississippi. But again, I'm glad we went over that because we kind of needed to smile. I meant to go over it like the last 2 days and I forgot. Now, let's go back to serious stuff. I mean, let's support that bill. We do want it to, hopefully it will pass. No pun intended. No hands above the blanket, everyone. Keep your hands where I can see them for the rest of this live. Anyways, but that's neither here nor there. 1,000 to my wife, $1,000 for a Andrew Jackson. It might be worth it. That's so funny. I know exactly. Women will be like saving up. So the birthright citizenship stuff. I have more things I need to actually. Where did I? Sorry. When the live shut off, my thing shifted. Let me make sure. I played you the scary Chip Roy clip. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to hear Chip Roy again. I mean, I don't know how many people were here because this was like 3 hours ago. Trump banned Trump did an executive order to get rid of birthright citizenship. And I've had a lot of Republican, we're going to play it again because it's an important clip. And I know like probably this might be a new group of folks. So just to be clear, define want. Exactly. That's fair. Fair, Mud Paws. Very fair. We don't want to, but we need to. So Trump, put an executive order out there to ban birthright citizenship unless both of your parents, right? I mean, were born, or one of your parents was born in the U.S. This is also allegedly supposed to apply towards indigenous people. I was just being informed by Dr. Danny this morning in a group chat, and they're using she was telling me the legal precedent they're using apparently to exclude indigenous people who this land was stolen from. Well, that's why it's one parent, because Trump's kids would have to go, right? Not just Barron, Don Jr. Ivana wasn't born in the United States. Wasn't she like Austrian or something? Sorry if I got that right. Wrong. Is Ivana Austrian? Was Austrian. Isn't it? Wasn't she? I'm sorry if I'm wrong. Was she born in Austria? I don't remember. I think she was. Ivana wasn't German, though. Yeah, she's not German. Again, if I ask the child a question, check. That sounds more right. Czech sounds right. Yes. Was she Czech? Because the minute I saw the word Czech, I was like, oh, that sounds right. Yeah. No, that sounds more. The minute I saw that, I was like, that sounds more correct. Yeah. I do. I think she's something from right around that area. Czech American. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it would be the only one that we were joking about this the other day. The one who has two parents born in America is the one Trump likes the least, which I guess Tiffany can stay, I guess. Like, that's what's so funny about that. Yeah, I guess they're going to use the precedent Elk v. Wilkins. Again, Dr. Danny just sent this to me. I haven't looked up that case. They're citing the Civil Rights Act of 1866 to exclude indigenous people from birthright citizenship, and Elk v. Wilkins. Like, probably basically, I imagine to say what? Reservations are separate countries or autonomous zones that are not included in the United States. So I assume it's going to be something like that. And then in combination with, I bet you. I can only imagine. So anyways, I was having a very disturbing conversation this morning with one of my friends who's voted for Trump. And he did admit, he's like, I'm not for, I don't like that Trump banned birthright citizenship, but a judge blocked it, so it doesn't matter, and it's like, no, it very much does matter. And it's not like they just made an executive order and then they're all going to let it go. They believe, and what I know is they control the Supreme Court. That's where this case will end up. Yeah, I'm from Arizona. I have many people in my life. I don't know if I'd consider friends. I would say it's kind of sad. I would say, but most of the people I went to school with, everyone, my family, they're all people that voted for Donald Trump. Like, I don't know many people in real life. That's why the TikTok was so amazing for me and the TikTok algorithm. It was the first time, I got to be in a group of people that validated my perspective. That's why that's why I love TikTok so much, or I feel as if not so much anymore, but that's what it gave me is like validation. In real life, everyone I know voted for Trump. It's quite sad. Until I just worked on the election, on the Kamala election in Arizona, then I finally met some people here who were Democrats. And that's when I realized if you're looking in your area, this is just some advice at a little tangent before we have to hear Chip Roy be a bigot. If you're looking to meet like-minded people in your area, find your local district, that you vote in. Mine's like LD7 or something, whatever it is. Find what district you're in. They like the Democratic Party is having like monthly or weekly meetings or different things. Find your local district and get involved in that local district Democratic Party. And there'll be people that live right near you that are like-minded. Like, that's what I realized during this election. I was like, man, I should have worked like on a hyper-local election. Yeah, that too. And then once you get, what is that? We're probably all on it. There's like a website. Oh, it's like .org or something that talks about during the election, different local events for the election that were coming up, but it does it still for other things. Like, yeah, I would say, wouldn't that include who? I'm not sure. Mobilize.us. Thank you, Jinberger. I love crowdsourcing. Mobilize.us. You sign up for Mobilize.us and then you can like put in your zip code. And when there's hyper local, like-minded events, and they're not all like politically charged even. Like there's like potlucks and like all sorts of things you can do. It's not just phone banking, I promise. And I hope the Democratic Party finally gives up on phone banking. I think that is if there's one thing I'm mad about the Democratic Party about being in a swing state is like phone banking and door knocking. I did both. I don't think it's having the effect they think it is. They've developed software now that they were using in swing states, and it's so much more effective. Like you basically use your own contact list and contact and text and start people use like psychosocially. We know people are more likely to vote if somebody they know is texting them about them rather than a random cold call. Nobody wants a random cold call. So there's software that has been developed in order to target people's, hyper local tree of people, which is much more effective than random door knocking. At least that's in my experience. Yeah, text banking for sure. That's the future. We don't need to be, nobody answers their phone. Keep tapping the screen. Up with TikTok. Sorry, it didn't restart, but I don't know what's up with TikTok Studio today. Anyways, so this is Chip Roy's answer to Democrats. I guess he said Democrats in Congress were celebrating that Trump's executive order for birthright citizenship going away was blocked.
Yes, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to say, court today ruled, that is not constitutional, so they put an injunction on it. Well, we'll see. We'll see how this plays out in the legal system. But from my reading of the law, when the 14th Amendment was passed in 1868, a mere 4 years later, the United States Supreme Court in the slaughterhouse cases explicitly said, 4 years removed from the passage of an amendment to the United States Constitution, the then sitting Supreme Court said that it did not apply to people who were here as the children that were being born here of people that were foreign citizens. Another court echoed that a decade or so later. One court came in and said, well, no, we think there's birthright citizenship if you're born here to a foreign national, but only if you're a legal permanent resident. I believe the president's executive order is correct. I believe it is lawful. I believe it is constitutional. I believe he ought to continue to enforce it, and we ought to be challenging this all the way up through the courts and immediately win this. And I believe this Supreme Court will side on the right side, which is that you are a citizen if you are the child of an American citizen.
That's what the issue is. That's what they're saying. That's what Trump is saying. Quite a few of Trump's executive orders very clearly violate the Constitution. They don't care. Trump's saying, catch me if you can. Fight me in the courts. This will end up at the conservative Supreme Court, and I'm betting on me. Like, how scary is it that our hope for birthright citizenship not being eradicated is dependent on Amy Coney Barrett and John Roberts? Like, quite literally, we need to Amy Coney Barrett. Our hopes depend on Amy Coney Barrett and John Roberts, because the other four are siding with Trump 100%. And if people want to screenshot this, because I was doing, this man is a genius, a lawyer, all sorts of things. I would follow. This is from X. I'm sure he's on other platforms, but he was just basically, because this is the truth. Chip, say whatever you want, Chip. Okay, you had a court ruling that the slaughterhouse trials that you want to name as precedent. No, birthright citizenship comes and is inherited from British common law, right? The definition of birthright citizenship. That's how old it is. That's how we get it. Alexander Cockburn, don't laugh. One of the great British jurists wrote that, quote, whether the parents were settled or merely sojourning, the child was an English subject. The 14th Amendment just codified it, right? Like, please don't pretend like your weird precedent. This is where it comes from. It comes from British common law. Cockburn. That's right. And this is the precedent. That he's like, okay, like some court might have said, yeah, it was the Supreme Court in 1898. This is the case. If you want to cite it or screenshot it, right? Wong Kim Ark, yeehaw. Thank you for the hat. Decided March 28th, 1898. Yeehaw, by the Supreme Court. 14th Amendment, birthright citizenship was born in America to the parents of subjects of the Republic of China. Now, let's move on. I just wanted to say quickly, these executive orders, all of these, this is Stephen Miller's work, the brainchild of Stephen Miller. If you want to read more about Stephen Miller, because Tom Homan might be like, I would liken him to like the guy controlling the guillotine. You know what I mean? But like the lawyer, the legal brain behind it is Stephen Miller. He runs something called America First Legal. That is like meant to AFL, they call it, right? That's meant to be like the rights answer to the ACLU, right? It's like white nationalists fighting, or Christian nationalists fighting for their what they believe are their rights. They believe that reverse discrimination is occurring religiously and against their, skin color, and they need to claw back their rights. That's what Stephen Miller's America First Legal is all about. He wrote these executive orders. It is his brainchild. And America First Legal, along with things like the Center for Renewing America, these were all the nonprofit think tanks that feed into alongside the Heritage Foundation that feeds into Project 2025, right? No, but America First, especially the immigration ones. This is Stephen Miller's stuff, but sure. I think you mean Kevin Roberts. Yeah, sorry, I'm just reading a comment. But JD Vance is just their poster child. JD Vance isn't writing the policy. But yeah, there were 1,000 nonprofits working on Project 2025. Right? Russ Vogt is one of the heads of that, one of the coordinators, the scariest man on earth. And Stephen Miller, I'm even shocked by how close Stephen Miller is to Trump and how much of this reeks of Stephen Miller. Back in December, America First Legal sent letters to local officials in states. So much for states' rats. right? Remember when before the Republicans had control of the federal government, their argument was always states' rights, brother. Right? We can do whatever we want down here in the conservative South. You do what you want. Now that they have control of the federal government, all of a sudden they're for huge government. They're not draining the swamp, they're filling it up. It's amazing to watch the Republican. I mean, they always were hypocritical, but this is just ridiculous. And this is another good article to read just about schools fearing, right? I was talking about this a little yesterday. Children aren't attending schools. There's like record numbers of absences. They are terrified that either their children will be followed home, right? Because that's what immigration raids are. Trump was like, oh, the Chicago immigration raid leaked, so we're not doing it. I also think it was too cold, right? They're essentially stakeouts. Immigration raids are like stakeouts. You're trying to get someone to like come out of their home or, catch them doing something so you could be like, gotcha. Unless you're setting up checkpoints, which are pretty unconstitutional. So, yeah, I found this article is sad, but it's informative. This is the Migration Policy Institute. So this is where this number is coming from. A think tank estimates there are 733,000 school-aged undocumented children living in the United States, and many more who were born here but whose parents are unauthorized. Those are the children they're trying to invalidate as citizens through revoking birthright citizenship. Children in the United States have been legally entitled to a free education regardless of their immigration status. Just to be clear, I heard some MAGA person in the debate being like, undocumented kids can't go to school. Since 1982, that case was called Plyler v. Doe. Okay. Since 1982, undocumented children could get an education. Yes, they are doing ICE raids in New Jersey. I loved it's not was it the governor? It might be the mayor of Trenton. Someone gave a really good speech this morning, like denouncing the ICE raids in New Jersey. But we're going to get to that right now. That's where we're going. Don't worry. I just want you to know, and I don't want to discount undocumented people's fear about these raids, but we're going to look at actual numbers because this was predicted. But I just want to say, if you didn't know, since 1982, keep tapping the screen. We're almost to 300K. Love you guys. Keep tapping. Tapping is the mayor of Newark. Thank you. I just saw it before the live started, so I didn't have time to screenshot it. I'll get it for Monday. Children can go to school, undocumented children. They have the right to be there. But yeah, like we talked about yesterday, undocumented immigrants aren't showing up to work. I'm going to show you another example from this. The harvests are being ruined. Like the orange harvest in California is not being picked. It's going to rot in the fields, which is going to skyrocket the price of produce because undocumented workers are in hiding. This is what we said. The economy can crash, which will affect, we won't be able to afford food. And then on top of that, our economy, we're going to go into the Great Depression. I'm not blaming them. I'm blaming Donald Trump and people who can't do math. I'm definitely not blaming them. School leaders said this week they are trying to reassure their communities and educate their staff about school policies, including them to alert the central office if an immigration officer shows up. I just can't even imagine. As if the mass tragedies, now we're having measles outbreaks, and now the kids have to worry about ICE agents terrorizing them. So this is what I want to talk to you about. I want to talk to you about okay, I need to say this before I play this. I'm not discounting the fear, the terror, and the true economic harm these ICE raids can have on the economy. I am now going to talk about real numbers and just give you an examples of why Trump's a liar. Okay? This is what the Trump administration does. I've told you guys for a long time to follow this guy. I hope if you haven't followed him yet, after I show you this information, you find him and follow him. He testifies in front of Congress like once a month. He is the foremost immigration expert in this country. His name is Aaron Reichlin Melnick. And he said, over a year ago, I think was the first time I saw him say it over and over and over, that as soon as Donald Trump got in office, he was going to announce these huge ICE raids, and they weren't going to be real. It's not that they're not real. It's that Trump was going to call normal ICE activity raids. Right? And he would say there are raids going on when in reality, Biden just did not talk about what ICE was up to. And in fact, Biden has deported a terrifying number of people, apprehended and deported. And Aaron Reichlin Melnick has been saying this for over a year, over and over, that Trump on day one was going to start saying, I'm doing immigration raids, but he's like, I'm not saying there wouldn't be arrests. He's like, I'm saying this would be the absolute normal flow of ICE activity in the United States of America, that Trump is going to call raids so that MAGA believes that all these promises, mass deportations, are actually happening, right? And based on the numbers, I'm just going to show you some numbers from this immigration expert. And I'm not saying in the future these numbers couldn't increase, but what you need to understand about the Biden administration was they were deporting a staggering number of people. So, right, this is from Tuesday. This is an example. Right now, the Trump administration, right, when the ICE raid started, is bragging about ICE doing immigration raids and ICE carrying out 308 arrests on Tuesday. Do you know what the average daily number of ICE arrests was in fiscal year 24 under Biden? 310. Now, I want to make sure, because we leftists understand math, right? So the total number of arrests being 308, we are talking about the average number in Biden's case. So in some days it could be 700, and some days it could be 150, and it averages out to 310. So, meaning you're not doing anything. As a matter of fact, you're doing less than the average amount of activity that Biden's ICE was doing already. So, and again, I'm not saying we don't pay attention to this. I'm not saying I don't like any of this. I think this is stupid, because the fear is what will crash our economy. The fear is why California undocumented workers won't show up to harvest the citrus. The fear alone will crash our economy. The fear is why a staggering number of children aren't learning to read in public schools, because they're too scared to go to school, be followed home, and their children are snatched up. In the next few years, be advised that the Trump administration will slap a, quote, Trump mass deportation sticker onto garden variety immigration enforcement arrests, which have occurred under every administration going back decades. And again, he has been saying this for over a year. I literally read his stuff on X religiously. If you want to get hard data about everything, and information about all things immigration, this guy has it. And I want to be clear. None of this will stop people from coming inside the U.S. None. We need to change immigration and naturalization laws, if that's what you want, right? And create legal pathways to citizenship. But if I had to say what it looks like to me as someone who sees the world in patterns, what Trump is doing is Trump wants to stem the flow of naturalizing immigrants and keep them on visas similar to H-1B visas and H-1 or H-2B visas, right? So they're indentured servants. The benefit of H-1B visas is you can work those people to death, and if they don't do what you say, you just deport them. You're just like, okay, fine. You don't like working 90 hours a week? I'm going to deport you. It's literally the return of indentured servitude. That's why I think they want to increase those visas. Never make them citizens. Keep them as indentured servants to the billionaire class. That's what it seems like to me. Like if they revise our immigration code, it's going to be, yeah, Elon loves those. So does Trump. It'll be on some level where we have people as indentured servitude. If you don't know, like Abu Dhabi was built, like the whole skyline. What they do is they bring in workers from East Asia. They take their passports and work them to death and don't let them leave. I mean, this is the direction I think we're headed, right? Or detain people inside the United States and keep them. Where is slavery legal? Inside detention centers in the United States still. Now, I've got some more fascinating stuff for you. So this is what Trump has them post. He has them posting these huge posts. This is from yesterday. 538 arrests, 373 detainers logged. Now, remember, Biden's averaging 308 in fiscal year 24. So this is, again, not special. And Trump is allegedly trying to do something special. It's not working. And this is what he says. Remember how I said that at least initially the Trump people would slap a mass deportation sticker on the side of normal ICE operations? This is what I mean. In fiscal year 2024 under Biden, average daily ICE arrest was 310 and average daily ICE detainers served 409. So look at this. Biden's celebrating 373 detainers. You're not even nearing the average of what Biden was doing. I don't think people under Biden, you don't talk when you're on the left about deportations because there's a huge part of the left that doesn't like it. It doesn't mean it wasn't going on. I was not personally aware of these numbers. I knew they were high. I knew that encounters at the border had been reduced by 75% from December 2023 to December 2024. The immigration problem at the southern border had been all but fixed. Trump is just lying about things without even funding, with still killing the border bill. He was doing that through an executive order that the ACLU was fighting with lawsuits in courts. That's what I'm saying. Like when people tell you like, oh, don't worry, a judge struck down the birthright citizenship thing. Yeah, for 14 days. And eventually it ends up at the Supreme Court. Biden stemmed the flow of immigration at the southern border for months and months off an executive order and no funding. So don't think that executive orders do nothing, right? Especially when you have the Supreme Court at the end. Here's some more really fascinating thing. Oh, yeah. So this is California's Attorney General. His name's Rob Bonta. As state attorneys general, we have a responsibility to enforce state laws, and we will continue to investigate and prosecute crimes regardless of immigration status. We will not be distracted by the president's mass deportation agenda. He's saying this in response to them being threatened with arrest. You know, like they're being threatened, like if you don't give local police forces or whatever, you know, like if you don't help us with our ICE mass deportations. And these AGs, they're a coalition of 11, which I'm pretty sure Arizona is a part of also. We have a wonderful attorneys general, Chris Mays, are saying no, like states' rights, brother. Like you're the one that wrote the book on it. We're going to go ahead and yeehaw. Thank you for the hat. We're going to go ahead and lean on states' rights. The president cannot unilaterally rewrite the Constitution. Thank you so much, but thank you, my mental. But damn, is he trying, right? He is truly trying his damnedest. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost at 300K. We can do it. Tap, tap, tap. Oh, it's already 4 o'clock. Damn, time flies when you're screaming about ICE. Strong statement emphasizing that Trump administration's threats against states which won't actively cooperate with ICE are completely unconstitutional. It is well established through long-standing Supreme Court precedent that the U.S. Constitution prevents the federal government from commandeering states to enforce federal laws. This is how the southern states resisted integration with states' rights, brother. Speaking of which, I need to show you guys something. Do you guys remember? Well, not remember, but I always talk about how states' rights, brother, and the Second Amendment. Why was the Second Amendment created? Why did they want well-regulated militias? For slave patrols, right? The Second Amendment and the right to bear arms comes from the South and their need to want to track down runaway slaves and drag them back, right? And now I came across, and I didn't find it when I was making this section on immigration. I found it right before the live. Mississippi, in my opinion, is basically bringing back slave patrols, but immigrants. So have you guys seen this? It's House Bill 1484 in Mississippi, illegal alien certified bounty hunter program. This is the return of slave patrols. Truly. Program offers a $1,000 reward to registered bounty hunters for each successful deportation they help affiliate. I preferred the conception begins at erection bill, but this is the other BS coming out of Mississippi from Republicans. They are paying. This is the return of slave patrols. And hold on, this is an actual news clip.
Controversial bill introduced in Mississippi would pay bounty hunters to bring in immigrants in the country illegally. This measure, House Bill 1484, is sponsored by Republican Representative Justin Keene. DeSoto County District Attorney Matthew Barton helped devise the plan, saying it would better enforce immigration laws. WRIG's Mike Sirianni has details.
Is the immigration system broken? Absolutely, it is. Is this the way to fix it? No, it's not. It's just not a good idea.
Mauricio Calvo, CEO of Latino Memphis, highly concerned about the introduction of a bill in the Mississippi legislature allowing for certified bounty hunters to round up illegal aliens.
This reminds me of the slave patrols, where in the 1700s and 1800s, there's a group of militia that was hunting slaves, and I doubt that we want to go back to that. The ramifications of that were many that we're still suffering today.
House Bill 1484, the Mississippi Illegal Alien Certified Bounty Hunter Program, offers a $1,000 reward to registered bounty hunters for each successful deportation they facilitate. The bill proposed by DeSoto County District Attorney Matthew Barton.
I think that this could be a statewide program that would really help.
December 2024, Barton telling WREG how he plans to get tough on illegal immigrants in DeSoto County through a...
That looks like one of my exes. I just had to say it.
A bounty hunter program, Barton says, will augment federal efforts.
I've talked to ICE a few times, and they only have so many people, working for ICE and the federal government.
Barton citing an increase in the number of illegal aliens booked into the county jail. Calvo says Hispanics have played a positive role in DeSoto County's growth, and the bounty hunter program will dehumanize the Hispanic community.
This is a really bad idea, and quite frankly, inconsistent with the values of many conservatives. They need to go to church on Sunday and ask their God, how does this align with their values?
Yeah. How would Jesus Christ, the brown socialist, feel about this? And imagine groups like Patriot Front, the schmaltzy group that's marching in D.C. today, decides, oh, maybe we could fund our little bigot crew by going and catching brown people. I know. The religious right is not about real Christianity. They don't like any of that. They're just using it to control and take rights from Why is Felice dating immigrant Hunter? No, he just looks like him. I didn't. No, but I have dated Republicans, of course. I used to not be like, when I worked in corporate America, everyone's pretty much Republican. That's when I knew him, that life. I've lived a lot of lives. Wait, I had one more I wanted to, oh yeah. This is the other thing I found that's out of order. So again, I was talking about how workers aren't showing up to work to pick the harvest. And we were talking about it yesterday, and I found a clip on it as well from, if you know Monterey, California, that's where the Cesar Chavez lobbied.
Harvest season in Kern County right now, but the industry is taking a hit after immigration agents conducted several operations last week targeting undocumented immigrants with criminal records. The California Farm Bureau reports that the action made some ag workers too afraid to show up for work, bringing the area's citrus harvest to a virtual halt.
Definitely, we are certainly very concerned about what is happening and how that is unfolding.
The Monterey County Farm Bureau says it is keeping a close eye on the developments in the Central Valley. Harvest season in the Salinas Valley begins in late April. The Farm Bureau says just the threat of deportations could be enough to deter many of the 55,000 migrant workers the valley needs to operate during harvest season.
They're not going to show up for work, and that means crops will remain in the field and not be harvested and probably lost at that point.
The Farm Bureau says that could lead to higher food prices.
They were called essential workers during the pandemic when our nation needed them, and now they are asking us to be there for them when they need us.
The Farm Bureau joined Monterey County leaders on Wednesday.
Isn't that the truth? What we needed them during the pandemic to risk their lives, undocumented immigrants working in the field were essential workforce. Now we're trying to throw them out.
To pledge to do what they can to protect workers and their families.
Con instrucciones precisas de nuestra presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum.
The Mexican Consul General says consulates across the country have a direct order from the President of Mexico to assure the basic rights of undocumented immigrants aren't violated.
Our growers.
Yeah, and I read this yesterday, but I'm just going to read it again because that's what it's this thing about California Citrus Mutual that made me want to find this clip. The president of California Citrus Mutual said that 25% of their workers did not show up for work on Tuesday, and 75% did not show up for work on Wednesday. He said new raids have sent shockwaves throughout the community. People aren't going to work. Kids aren't going to school. He said that the new Trump ICE raids are not targeting people suspected of committing crimes. They are racially profiling and looking for anyone. This is going to crash our economy and ruin our food supply. I'm not laughing. I just don't know what to do, but just laugh so you don't cry. This is the reality of America now. This is geniuses. We have in America absolute geniuses. Oh man, I think I need to do a funny story just so we literally don't cry. And then I'm going to go into something more important, but it's not funny. Again, when I say funny, I mean funny laugh so you don't cry. Like the conception begins at erection act. Like the fact we're at this place in America is tragically sad and unfunny and bigoted, and it has to do with women losing their bodily autonomy. But like, I mean, it's sad that this is what passes. Oopsies. Is what passes for humor now. But hey, I don't make the rules. I'm just going to tell you a little story. Actually, I'm going to let you listen to a clip and be a little bit confused by it, and then I'll tell you the story. Okay, this is a story about Lauren Boebert and Nancy Mace.
Congresswoman Lauren Boebert is tackling a key issue driving the high cost of living for Coloradans. Whether the one transgender woman in Congress is using the right bathroom. Today, a reporter for Bloomberg News witnessed Boebert bursting out of a women's room at the Capitol, complaining to security that there was a guy in the bathroom, and then returning to investigate, with Representative Nancy Mace, who led the crusade to block their transgender colleague from using the women's bathroom. The Bloomberg reporter said that Boebert and Mace emerged from the bathroom after concluding their investigation of the gender of the people within. Not sure what all that entailed, but no guy in the women's room. Boebert sent us a statement about her restroom inquisition, saying it was a case of mistaken identity, that she's learned a lesson.
I love Kyle Clark. If you don't next with Kyle Clark, I love Kyle Clark. I didn't know he was from Colorado. I really like him. But let me tell you more about this story. Lauren Boebert and Nancy Mace. I mean, that's true. Like, a Bloomberg reporter happened to be watching this all go down and like tweeting about it in real time and being like, what the F is going on? This is what they said. His name's Billy House, with the latest from the House Bathroom Caucus. Isn't that the truth? Quote, I bear witness Representative Lauren Boebert bursting out of the House women's restroom during this afternoon's vote series, complaining to security personnel stationed in the nearby speaker's lobby of a guy inside the bathroom. Intrigued, I stuck around to see who would emerge from the bathroom and saw just 4 other people leave, all women. Curious. So what I think is happening, because I think I mentioned this before, but Nancy Mace's whole push to ban people from the gender they identify, from the restroom, it didn't work, right? They left it out of the rules package. So my guess is they're waiting, and I can't remember her name. What is the Congresswoman's name that they're doing this to? Sarah? Is it Sarah? What's her last name? Sorry, I just can't remember what her name is. Sarah. Someone has to know who I'm talking. The first. Sarah McBride, thank you. From your state, Toodle. There we go. Sarah McBride. So my guess of what is happening is like unintelligent people wasting our tax dollars in the bathroom caucus, like Nancy Mace and Lauren Boebert, are like hoping to catch Sarah McBride in the bathroom, and then they want to run and get security and like get on Hannity at night because of it. That's my guess. Because what else could they be doing? There was only one transgender congressperson. Like, I don't know what else they could be doing. So, and also because of what this says. So again, this reporter sees Lauren Boebert doing this, go to try to get security and like drag him back over there. Intrigued. So the reporter's like, I decided not to leave and I stayed to see who would come from out of the bathroom, and saw just 4 other people leave, all women. Curious. So he continued, oopsies. Hold on. My face is covered. Within minutes, however, Boebert was storming back from the House floor into the restroom. She went and got Nancy Mace. She leaves, comes back with Crazy Pants McGee herself in tow. Who dare leave this scene now? Not me. Mace is author of the resolution prohibiting transgender women in the chamber from using the women's restroom. But alas, just seconds after this duo entered the bathroom, they come back out and went back quietly to the floor. A bit of bathroom vigilantism? But that wasn't the end of the story. I later asked Boebert what this was all about, noting I had heard her complain there was a guy in there. To her credit, she acknowledged it was a mistake. There was a rumor but it wasn't true. Like, that is what these two are trying to do. This is our tax dollars. They are trying to catch Sarah McBride in the bathroom. This is like the time Nancy Mace was going around asking for a bullhorn so she could go read the rights to like their rights to transgender protesters. I mean, who knows? Did they examine? No one knows what sort of search was performed in that bathroom. Turns out they were just harassing 4 women who were in the bathroom. This is what is going on in Congress. And it's just announced that Nancy Mace is considering running for governor of South Carolina. You're a joke in Congress. I would love to. I doubt nobody is electing you for governor of South Carolina. Yeah, this is middle school drama. They're bullying someone. But again, it's bigger than that. This is a distraction. The Republicans spent, what was it? It's like almost $300 million in the last 6 months of the election on ads. I will never forget those ads. I live in a swing state. No matter what you were watching, 24 hours a day, Kamala Harris is for she, him. Donald Trump is for you. That's what and it worked. That is what people cited as the reason they had to vote for Donald Trump. Liberals have lost their mind and think anybody can change their gender. No, I just think it's not up to me to tell people who they are. I think everyone should be allowed to self-actualize. That's what I think. And people will just let me know who they are. And then I'll respect that. Like, it's ridiculous. But this is the distraction while Trump robs us. That's the point. It's sleight of hand. This is the trick while Trump robs us. And I'm going to show you another example. And we get to see a Mr. Global clip because I want to make sure, because it's already 4:13. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 350K. We should be at 400K by 4 o'clock. That's how I tell if we're on track. We can do it. I know it's Friday and those fingers have to have carpal tunnel, but you're doing an amazing job. I need to think about where this clip is because I want to make sure. I have a couple more things we have to get to, actually, I feel. But I want to make sure I talk about Trump betraying, how Trump is going to betray, not necessarily big oil, but yeah, like Mr. Global said it, and it's true. He's been saying it because, I love Mr. Global. I've learned so much about the U.S. oil and gas industry, not necessarily like when I thought of big oil, I used to think of like, or oil and gas to me was always like Exxon Mobil and British Petroleum, like these terrifying giants. And then like Mr. Global kind of opened up my eyes to like the people who are like pulling oil out of the ground, like the small companies and how small the margins are and what it takes to survive in the oil and gas industry and things of that nature. And so when I heard Trump speaking at Davos, basically betraying the oil and gas industry, I guess you could say we're getting to Trump. You know how we've been harassing Trump and being like, hey, isn't it like day 5 now and you haven't ended the war in Ukraine? I thought you said you were going to end it on day 1. I think basically what's going on is Trump is getting more and more desperate to try to end that war. And in doing so, he is basically going to throw U.S. oil and gas under the bus. And that's why Mr. Global always says, like, oil and gas, not like huge ExxonMobil, but these smaller companies, they don't trust Trump because he doesn't give a shit about anyone but themselves. And Mr. Global has been saying over and over and over, I watch every video, like, you need to not trust Trump. Like, you need to not believe, you're going to vote for him and he's going to throw you under the bus. And the minute I heard him at this conference calling for Saudi Arabia and OPEC to open the flood of oil production, that's a direct attack on U.S. oil. I was like, he's exactly what Mr. Global has been saying for like 2 years. He's doing it. He's going to bankrupt all these oil companies in the United States. I'll show you. And then I'll show you a video of Mr. Global's. But I'll show you this clip of Trump. Basically, he doesn't care about anyone himself, but this is what he's saying. He's like, he can't, because let's be honest, he first, and I showed you this, I think it was Wednesday, right? His first idea, was to threaten Putin, who does not care, right? What was the first way? He's like, oh, I've got it. I'm going to tariff him. But Putin does not care. We have every economic sanction we can put on Russia. I mean, we are literally like a Russian oligarch parks a yacht and we like run inside and steal the keys. Any way we could take money or cut off revenue streams to Russia, we've been doing it for years. Like, and so Trump's like on Tuesday or Wednesday, he's like, oh, I'm going to tariff them. And Putin, Russian state media was mocking him. They're like, okay, weirdo, like tariff us. We've already been working around the United States. And in credit to, he is pointing out something real, like the fact that the way because Russia laughed at his economic sanctions. They don't care. You've been doing it. We were already working around it. So Trump is saying, I figured out, okay, maybe he laughed at the tariffs, but now if I get Saudi Arabia and OPEC to open the flood of oil production, what does that do, right? Because OPEC is basically Saudi Arabia, who's regulating. They're like the oil mafia, right? They're controlling the price per barrel of oil by creating demand and scarcity in the market. So if you open up the floodgates and flood the market with oil, you're going to drive the price per barrel down, which Putin wants the price per barrel to be held high because he's working around the U.S., selling his oil and funding his war. And so Trump's basically like, I have a bright idea. If I drive the price per oil of barrel down by telling the Saudis to open the floodgates, it will cheapen Putin's oil profits and he won't be able to fund his war. But let me explain something to you. That is death to U.S. oil. Because right now, I think I don't know what barrel of oil is at. It's around $75. Think about this. If you're pulling oil out of the ground in Saudi Arabia, they can use slave labor, right? They don't have to pay workers. The margins of the U.S. oil industry are so tight. I know this because Mr. Global, these are family businesses, right? They have to pay workers. They have to pay, they have materials cost more. There's more regulations, or there was, because, in the United States, we don't want to have all our polluted. So margins are so tight in the U.S. oil industry. It is feast or famine there. And let's say the average barrel of oil is around $75. And this is from a large economic perspective, because when Trump kept saying drill, baby, drill, this is why I kept saying that this is not what oil and gas executives say. They have to keep the price per barrel in the United States between 60 and 70 for it to be even financially feasible to tap new wells. And Trump keeps saying, drill, baby, drill. They can't, if the price of oil, they will go bankrupt if they tap new wells, and the price of oil, $74.60. There we go. Thank you, Toodles. Price of oil today, a barrel of oil is $74.60. If the price per barrel doesn't stay between 60 and 70 and they tap new wells, they will bankrupt their own businesses. So Trump is now saying, after making all of these promises, vote for me, and don't worry, the price per barrel will be high, it'll be fine. I'm gonna give everyone drilling permits, you're gonna tap new wells, everything's gonna be fine. He goes to Davos and is like, I want Saudi to open the floodgates. He's gonna drive the price per barrel down and bankrupt all of these people that voted for him. Oopsies. Sorry, muted again. Oh, I don't even have it on the screen. My bad. I could see it. You guys can't.
$1 billion in America, but America in the United States. And it's also reported today in the papers that Saudi Arabia will be investing at least $600 billion in America, but I'll be asking the Crown Prince, who's a fantastic guy, to round it out to around $1 trillion. I think they'll do that because we've been very good to them.
Just making stuff up. Just double it. The Crown MBS who hates America is going to give us $1 trillion. Okay, Trump.
And I'm also going to ask Saudi Arabia and OPEC to bring down the cost of oil. You got to bring it down, which frankly, I'm surprised they didn't do before the election. That didn't show a lot of love by them not doing it. I was a little surprised by that. If the price came down, the Russia-Ukraine war would end immediately. Right now, the price is high enough that war will continue. You got to bring down the oil price. You got to end that war. They should have done it long ago. They're very responsible, actually, to a certain extent, for what's taking place. Millions of lives are being lost with oil.
They are not responsible, right? Like at all, by the way, except they're responsible for a lot of things, but they're not. The only person responsible is Putin. And again, Biden has done everything to keep U.S. oil businesses, not just big oil, but U.S. oil businesses in business, getting new drilling permits and keeping the price per barrel at a point where it makes sense for them to tap new wells. That's how we're drilling so much. Understand how small the margins are in the U.S. oil industry that I've learned thanks to Mr. Global and a lot of reading, right? Because of the cost to pull oil out of the ground and tap a new well, they cannot drop below $60 a barrel. And he is suggesting that he bankrupt the U.S. oil industry in order to end the Ukraine war. That's what he's saying, because everyone's mocking him around the world. And he's like, this is how I'll do it. And I just want to give I was just looking at different economists and experts in the field, and then I'll play the Mr. Global video. Keep tapping the screen. You guys are doing an amazing, amazing job. We're almost at 350K. So there's this one quote here we go. Chris Weafer, an oil industry expert and founder of macro advisory consulting firm, said he did not think Trump would be able to get the Saudis or other OPEC members to boost output to pressure the Kremlin or Ukraine. First of all, Saudi Arabia doesn't like us. It is most unlikely that Saudi Arabia, the UAE, or the other OPEC producers will either want to engage in such a political move against fellow OPEC Plus member, right? They're part of the expanded OPEC, Russia, or take any action which would result in them losing export earnings and giving a bigger market share to U.S. producers, right? And again, OPEC, they'll resist the first time, the second time, the third time, but eventually, right, if Trump continues to harass them or make threats, I don't know what will happen, but we'll just say. And then oopsies. I don't know what I just did. Hold on a second. Where did my presentation go? Here we go. Oh, it just got smaller. Sorry, I didn't know. I was like, I can only see half of it. Here we go. David Oxley, chief climate and commodities economist at Capital Economics, said that while Saudi Arabia has drifted away from the United States in recent years, Trump does have solid ties with the country's leadership, which we know. Trump thinks he has Saudi in his pocket, but always remember, they don't like us. Do you know what I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about the United States. I'm talking about our anti-Muslim views, Trump's anti-Muslim bit, all of this stuff. It's not good. And Trump is known to have good relations with MBS and the Saudi's public investment fund. He added that Saudi Arabia has also expressed frustration with other OPEC members for producing more than their quota. And basically, this is Trump giving them the okay. That's what he did at Davos. He's giving the signal to MBS. You can open the floodgates if you want to. And yes, for Saudi, that's going to lower the price per barrel, right? They want to keep it high so they can profit. But what it's also going to do is it's going to help them regain their market share. They can quickly increase production if they want. They are walking a tightrope and keeping the price per barrel high, but they have reserves and they can produce fast. So they could regain their market share because the U.S. doesn't have the margins. So it will bankrupt the U.S. market. They can flood the market and regain more market share, which is, quote, this explicit invitation from Trump might be the cover, because now they can use it as cover. This is what he's doing. He's doing his friend MBS a favor. He gave them the excuse. It's to end the war in Ukraine. I'll say we're ending the war in Ukraine. You push the U.S., you bankrupt the U.S. oil industry and regain your market share. You're pissed you lost because Biden was helping the U.S. oil industry export more, increase their production of oil. It's really messed up. And imagine all of these people in oil and gas voted for Trump. And Mr. Global has been screaming at the top of his lungs since I religiously watch his videos because I'm good with economics, but you don't know what you don't know until you listen to someone as intelligent as him in that industry. And he's been begging people to not do this. So let me find the video. Let me find his video. I would say it's an "I told you so," but I also think he sounds sad. I mean, because he's basically saying like, "You're all, get your affairs in order," like, type situation. And I didn't see this video until well after I saw this Davos stuff. Like,
it's just his third day, but he's already begging OPEC to increase production. Yeah, I don't know how many times I've told you guys this was going to happen. 100, 200, 300, who knows? How many times have I had to hear, oh, we're getting more oil from foreigners. Oh, Joe Biden went and begged OPEC. And I told you every time, this is what Donald Trump does. And this is yet another reason why companies in this country are not going to drill. They do not trust Donald Trump. He would rather outsource our energy to foreign countries that don't like us. Yeah, and put Americans out of business. Do you know what he said about putting oil companies out of business?
Much we're gonna, you know what? If they drill themselves out of business, I don't give a damn, right?
I don't give a damn. That's what he said about U.S. companies going out of business. I don't give a damn. And back in October, I made a video just for people that work in the oil and gas industry, because so many of you vote for Donald Trump. And I told you this was going to happen.
Talk about Donald Trump's energy policies. I'm not speaking on behalf of myself because, listen, I'm going to be fine no matter what. That's just the reality of the situation. But you're the ones that are going to be affected by it. And don't think that just because you got lucky the first time, that you'll enjoy that same luck the next time.
That was me explaining to you about the massive job losses that were going to occur in the oil and gas industry if Donald Trump did in fact get OPEC to increase production. That was me.
Day 3. Everything this man's been screaming from the hilltops is coming true on day 3. Oh man, this man beyond knows his stuff. That's why he's saying I'll be fine. Like, he can already retire. And also I love him because if you know the type of company he runs like a socialist company. Like, his employees have the best benefits. I heard him explain it once and I was like, see, capitalism can be ethical.
Warning you, this is what's going to happen if you vote for this person, because you're literally voting for this person because you think it's good for your job, when it is actually the complete opposite. So here's what you need to do if you work in the oil and gas industry right now. You need to hope and pray that OPEC stands up to Donald Trump and says no. And they will. They will. They will the first time and the second and the third time. But eventually, if this administration is anything like his last, eventually they will cave. So you better start saving your money. You better start saving your money. I did my part. I told you over and over and over again what was going to happen. And you let politics get in between, the truth and what you believed. I tried to help you. I tried to give you advice, and you didn't listen. And since you didn't listen, because politics, a lot of you are going to be out of a job if this goes down. A lot of you. And if you don't lose your job, a lot of your friends will lose their jobs. A lot of your family members will lose jobs. Yeah. The oil and gas industry is a big family, and a lot of families work in it. We have a lot of families where many people in the same family work in the industry. So since you didn't take my advice the first time, take it this time. Save every dollar you can, okay? Get your affairs in order. Be prepared for long-term unemployment. That way you're ready for what may be coming. And look on the bright side. If this does in fact all go down, you will actually learn something. You'll actually learn something for once in your life.
Love Mr. Global. And it's true. I can attest. I have learned at the feet of Mr. Global how the economy interacts in oil and gas. And that's the problem. The U.S. oil industry doesn't have the margins that places like Saudi and Russia do because we don't have slave labor. Materials cost more here, right? It costs a lot to export from here. These are the problems. Oh, it's interesting. And then that's not the only crazy thing. So at Davos, he starts yelling this stuff, which comes out of nowhere. But I do 100% that believe all the pressure he's getting of people mocking him about not ending the Ukraine war. He's going to tank the oil and gas industry. This is exactly what they were saying. He was like, we're going to drill, baby, drill. Like, don't worry about it. I'm going to lower the price of energy. It's no big deal. And they were all like, no, no, no. Like, we're in the sweet spot. It's fine. And he's talking about relying on foreign oil. Flood the oil market with Saudi oil. That's what he told MBS. Insane. This is Donald Trump. But America first, right, MAGA? America first. He's going to price U.S. oil out of the market to stop being made fun of about the Ukraine war and help his friend, I'm sure, MBS out. Like, it's a chicken or the egg question. Do I believe Trump cares so much about ending the war in Ukraine, or do I believe Trump is giving MBS cover to flood the market with product and take back the market share they feel they lost? I don't know. It's really a chicken or the egg thing. Yes, but in either case, it's America last. What is Mr. Global's screen name? Isn't it Mr. Global? I'm not sure. Just Google. If you just search in the search bar in TikTok, Mr. Global, it will immediately come up. Or someone, I'm sure someone in the comments can tell you. I want to find this other crazy thing he was screaming about at OPEC. Have you guys heard? He's also, not only that, as if tanking the U.S. oil market will not affect us, as if the tariffs won't affect us, he's also threatening the Fed to do what? Again, just for him, because Trump's only in this for a 4-year ride. He knows he's not going to prison. He's going to pardon himself. You know what I mean? He's going to pardon himself when he leaves office. He's got 4 years to steal as much money as he can from all of us. That's what he's focused on. So he's, after all of this work to recover from the pandemic and his trillions of dollars of wasteful spending and running our economy into the ground in his first presidency, after all the work Biden has done and the Fed has done, holding interest rates high, he's threatening them and demanding they lower interest rates. You know what lowering interest rates does? It drives inflation up. On top of the tariffs. Are you guys grasping this? On top of the tariffs, we're going to lower interest rates. Why do billionaires want interest rates low? So money is cheap. Right? So they can borrow money at extremely cheap rates. Because what has Trump been saying all over? What did he say about North Korea the other day? Oh, look at all that coastline. I'd like to develop it. What did he say about Gaza? Oh, well, it's in ruins. Some developer needs to come in and build something. He wants cheap money. And he's now threatening the Fed, which Jerome Powell has how much longer left on his term? He tried to force Jerome Powell to quit, and Jerome Powell's like, no, I don't even like Jerome Powell. But he's an economist. Not only, and Trump is like, I know best. Economists don't know anything about the economy. That's exactly what he said. And then reiterated it later in the Oval Office. He's just like, I know interest rates. Like, I'm not. No. Much as he can in 4 years, and he wants money to be cheap. We should all be very concerned about this. Oh gosh, sorry. Every time I forget it's muted.
With oil prices going down, I'll demand that interest rates drop immediately, and likewise, they should be dropping all over the world. Interest rates should follow us.
That's what he's trying to threaten. He's threatening other economic reserves to lower their interest rates, make money cheap for him and his cronies all over the world so they can borrow money at low rates. This is not good. Trump demands Fed cut rates, claims better monetary policy understanding. That's what he says later in the Oval Office. They're like, why do you think you know better than professional economists? Because I do. This is extremely inflationary, right? The Fed, they lowered rates a quarter. They usually lower them by like quarter points, half points. They lowered rates by a quarter, and then in December they announced that they're going to have one less rate cut than they previously thought because inflation is flu and Donald Loser Trump and the tariffs. They're regretting lowering interest rates a quarter. And Trump is doing the Queen's mob boss, do as I say, threats. This is America. The man who filed bankruptcy 6 times. Yes, he knows best. He knows interest rates best. Like, good Lord, help us. I don't see us getting. I mean, like I said, for him, it's just, I'm here for 4 years. I'm going to take as much as I can. Oh, yeah. I just remembered I have something else very important to show you guys. Sorry, I'm skipping around a bit, but I want to make sure I get to all of the important things. Keep tapping the screen. We can get to 400K. It's 438. We can definitely get there before 5. Okay. It's happening, you guys. Did you see this? This is not Andy Ogles introduced a resolution to amend the 22nd Amendment. That's the amendment that says you can only serve 2 terms as president. They're already starting to make it so Donald Trump doesn't have to leave. Now, this is a great idea if you don't understand how. I know. It came out, he wrote it up this morning. He introduced a resolution to amend the 22nd Amendment to allow President Trump to seek a 3rd term in office. This is real life. But just to be clear, the likelihood, even the Republicans in as much control as they have over things, this is not going to be happening. It takes, what is it? Is it 2/3? Is it 2/3 of Congress? And they need like 38 state legislatures. You can't just amend an amendment. Like, that's like we're trying to get the Equal Rights Amendment ratified. It's extremely hard. Like, they're acting like it's not like a majority. You need states. You need so. MAGA doesn't understand how the country works. So they are like, you should have seen them on X when this came out this morning. They're like, yeah, Trump's never leaving. They're eating it up. They are super excited. But yeah, and then Jazz. Okay, and if you want to see some scary hate, how dare MAGA call Jasmine Crockett stupid? I mean, imagine one of the most intelligent people in our country and MAGA idiots are insulting her and calling her stupid on X this morning. It was so awful to see. But she was just pointing out the truth that they don't understand the threshold to change an amendment. She said, let's be clear, you need 2/3 of Congress and 38 state legislatures to ratify an amendment. Trump doesn't have that. For all that my GOP colleagues claim to love our founding fathers, they seem to have forgotten the words of Thomas Paine. In America, there is no king but the law. And go find this post if you want to really despise some people and read what people wrote underneath this. Like, I'm sorry that she delivered you factual information to you and a Black woman made you feel tiny and uninformed with the truth. Like, I'm so sorry for all of you. Like, she's so amazing. And I'm sure she does not care, not at all. But by the way, she's a lawyer. Like, this woman's a genius who I met in person. So I'm just like, I've never seen just nasty comments. Oh my God. But yeah, that is the truth. When you see them, I mean, because half of MAGA is convinced that Trump's not leaving office now. Like, this morning, they were like, Trump's a king for life. Like, that would be a good thing. I don't even think even if they needed a majority in Congress, they would give it to him. Oh, yeah, I need to show you guys this. I forgot. I took this screenshot. And if you guys don't remember who Andy Ogles is, let me just Oopsies. Why do I keep doing that? Let me just remind you. Do you guys remember a couple years ago, Andy Ogle's Christmas card? Ugh. This makes me not want to use TikTok Studio when it just keeps timing out over and over like this. He basically, I'll just show you. This is Andy Ogle's. He's a representative. This is the look at his family. This is his Christmas card. This isn't alarming. There's nothing alarming about this type of a Christmas card. Does anyone see anything alarming? Like, nothing alarming here. Just a totally normal Tennessee family with a Christmas card. This is the guy that wants Trump to never leave office. This is his literal Christmas card. Like, I saw this like 2 years ago and I was like, oh dear God. Like, this is like, Merry Christmas to all. Like, nothing to see here, nothing disturbing. Like, I love the daughter. She's just like, no, there's no way to make that look casual. Anyways, okay, this is also important, very important. There's a coalition forming, and this has been going on for a long time in Texas. There's these two Texas billionaires who basically have wrested control of the government, right? Away. They back Ken Paxton. They tried to force out Dade Phelan. He won on like a special election. Like Dade Phelan is the Republican. He's not even, I'm not even saying he's a good person. He's one of the, I guess you would call him a rhino. He tried to impeach Ken Paxton. But these crazy Texas billionaires basically have control of the whole state. And they're trying to basically force school vouchers in Texas. And so there's a coalition of Republicans and Democrats in Texas who are trying to fight the onset of school vouchers. If you don't know, I did on the broadcast on Tuesday, like 2 Tuesdays ago, I did a deep dive into school vouchers. School voucher state. I'm a former teacher. It's a form of segregation, right? It's Jim Crow in schools. It's taking tax dollars out of public schools, right? And redirecting them to private schools. I was showing a statistical analysis on school vouchers. 97% of them are used by Caucasian children. Because why? People with lower socioeconomic status tend to be Black and brown. Right. And if you get a school voucher that will pay for 2/3 of private school, right? But private schools are only constructed where? In rich neighborhoods. Can parents who work 3 jobs drive their kids across town to a rich neighborhood and then pay the other quarter or 1/3 or 1/2 of that tuition? Absolutely not. So all this is rich, usually predominantly Caucasian children taking money from public schools and getting a discount at their private school. And this is specifically, what's his name? James Tallarico, I think. Or wait, maybe that's wrong. Hold on, I'll look it up.
There is something happening here in Texas. Here in the state capitol, a small band of Republicans and Democrats in the Texas House are coming together to stop 2 West Texas billionaires from taking over our state government. Their names are Tim Dunn and Ferris Wilks, and they're the biggest Republican donors in the state. They've already bought our governor, they bought our lieutenant governor, they bought our attorney general, they bought our state senate, and now this is the most corrupt state government in Texas history. Tim Dunn and Ferris Wilks are not just oil and gas oligarchs. They're also Christian nationalist pastors. They've spent more than $100 million to ban abortion in Texas, to ban books in Texas, and now they're trying to close our Texas public schools with a private school voucher scam. This is bigger than party. This is bigger than partisanship. Texas is too big and too great to be allow two billionaires to transform our beloved state into a theocracy. We have to stop them.
Amen. This is James Tallarico, and I was just looking up his district. He is a Democrat in the Texas State House. He is from District 52, which is Round Rock, Taylor, is it Hutto or Hutto, and Georgetown in Williamson County. I love this man. He's a former teacher, by the way. As a former teacher, you can always hear a former teacher. He's amazing. We love James Tallarico, and it's at James Tallarico if you want to follow him on TikTok. This is his own TikTok account. You can, I can make it bigger. Here you go, guys. There he is. James Tallarico. That is the spelling. If you want to screenshot that and follow him, I highly suggest it. He is so eloquent. Yeah, he'll be a US representative soon. That's my prediction. He's not the speaker. Dade Phelan. Like, Dade Phelan is this. Okay. There's no way a Democrat would be Speaker of the Texas House. I think there's a misunderstanding here of what's going on. This is a Democrat. Dade Phelan, spelled D-A-D-E, Phelan. I like to say felon about the guy who's running the Navy. Dade Phelan, P-H-E-L-A-N, was the Texas House Speaker, but he's one of the ones that stood up to these Texas billionaires, right? He tried to get they're in bed with Ken Paxton. He tried to get Ken Paxton impeached. He fought against school vouchers. He's basically like a John McCain type Republican. And he stood up and fought them, and it was like one of the most expensive races ever to try to oust him, but he won in a special election, but now they're trying to oust him as speaker. That's what's going on in Texas. So we want I assume Dade Phelan around again, but when he says they're trying to oust on with TikTok. There we go. I'm here. TikTok studio's acting weird. All of a sudden it was like, and that's what's going on. I want to give you a reading assignment. This, you don't have to read. You can listen. This is a ProPublica article. It's a long ASS article, but it is so important to understanding how billionaires, Christian nationalist billionaires, have taken over states like Texas and Tennessee. Please. Oh yeah, sorry. If you can't hear me right now or you're having trouble, just leave the live and come right back in. Because when the buffering happens, if you're having any sound issues or drag or whatever, just leave and come back and it'll be fine. Well, no, they made their money in oil and gas. They're not billionaires. It's not like they got their preachers there. They made their money in oil and gas. And then they're crazed Christian nationalists who now became preachers. It's screenshot this. You can listen to this article. It's super long, but it's like a podcast nightmare. Listen, this is. I mean, two men have essentially taken over Texas, and they are pushing school vouchers. And I think the interesting thing about Texas that has kept school vouchers out for so long is what? Your kids to weird ass homeschool, charter school, religion. Going on. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. Again, that's not me. It's just TikTok studio. It's not my internet connection either. I don't know what that is. But again, Texas football has probably saved Texas from being able to avoid school vouchers, because send your kid anywhere but Texas public schools to play football. They spying again. I know. I think TikTok Studio has been weird this entire live. And I already got one violation. So, but we're doing pretty good. We're almost finished. I wanted to show that. Oh, yes. And then this same issue is going on in Tennessee. I mean, they're much farther. Tennessee has school vouchers. And if you don't follow, like the publication Tennessee Holler, I love their clips. They do amazing work. Let me make sure I have this here. Hold on. Yeah, wait. I got to find this clip. I found a clip of Tennessee Holler because they're trying to jam school teachers' throats. They're actually bribing teachers and sorry, the internet. Sorry, it's not my internet. TikTok Studio just keeps. Okay. Sorry. TikTok Studio is just buffering a little bit, but it's not. My routers are working fine, so it's not me. Again, this is the same problem is going on in Tennessee with school vouchers. It's going on all around the country, but they're trying to like bribe Tennessee teachers or something with like a one-time payment to get them to vote for this. It's something crazy. If you follow Tennessee Holler on Blue Sky or X, they've been talking about this all day. Yeah, right now there's no subs. I would love everyone to subscribe to me, but TikTok was never put back in the App Store. If you want to support me, please do, because I've lost all of any recurring income. You need to do it through Cash App, Venmo, or if you don't have those because you're international or anything, there's a Streamlabs tip link in my bio, in my link tree that goes through PayPal, and then you don't need to have one of those accounts. Lisa said, thank you for your passion and willingness to teach us. Thank you so much for the $10, Lisa. That is so, so kind. So again, these voucher schemes defund public schools in state after state. 3/4 of voucher users already in private schools. Yes. I was doing a deep dive into the Ohio school voucher system. These are affluent children already going to private school that is using these voucher system. They're just taking property tax dollars and tax dollars out of public schools. It's just a little like discount for them. And this is a policy expert, Professor Josh Cowan, on policy around public schools. This guy's a genius.
First and foremost, these voucher schemes defund public schools. There's no such thing as a free lunch. At some point, check for this stuff comes due. Somebody's going to pay for this, and it's going to be local school districts that bear the real cost. To the extent that we have any information on this stuff at all, these voucher schemes devastate student learning. Typical schools are what I call subprime providers. They're typically financially distressed, or they're pop-up schools that flood the market when states start to create a new subsidy. Can't blame those subprime schools. It's just doing what the states incentivize them to do. But the results for kids show that. So this is why the results are so poor. There's a lot of talk about who's eligible. Kids at a certain income level eligible. We're going to make it eligible for everybody, universally, whatever. Eligibility doesn't mean access. That's especially true when you talk about these voucher schemes, because it's not school choice at all. It's the school's choice. The schools are doing the choosing. So you can give every parent in Tennessee a coupon, but you can't do much unless you're going to force those private schools to accept those kids. So if you've got a funding problem,
this is going on in Mississippi. There are also ProPublica articles about this. Do you see what he's saying? They just have to make it available to anyone. They're like, everyone has a school voucher. But in Mississippi, they won't let Black and brown kids into the private schools, into certain private schools. There are literal articles written about segregation schools who are doing this. That's what he's saying. Okay, you can give everyone a coupon, but if private schools choose who they let in, then you can segregate. And that's if these kids can get a ride across town to the school, right? And like pay the difference in tuition because it doesn't pay for the full tuition. Like this is the new Jim Crow. This is segregation in education. This is draining public schools of the ability of the tax dollars they need. Another thing to think about is these private schools, they don't provide what, kids need for what am I thinking of? IOP? No, that's not IOP. What am I thinking? Like kids on the spectrum who need special attention. Private schools don't provide that. So you're draining public school IEP. Thank you. Thank you. I used to be a teacher. That's embarrassing. You're draining public schools of the resources they need, where these specialist teachers can provide the programs that kids on the spectrum need or kids who learn differently need. You're bankrupting those schools that provide that. They don't take those kids at private school. This is segregation, right? They can allow they only admit the people that they want. Right? Everyone gets a coupon. Some people's coupons are not good, but everyone gets a coupon.
Someone's got to pay the check. You've got a student learning problem, and then you've got this problem of the schools doing the choosing. 3/4 of voucher users are already in private school. Remarkably true in state after state: Ohio, Florida, Arizona, Iowa, Arkansas. It's about 75%. I've been doing this for a long time, almost 20 years, and I started as something of a voucher supporter. At that time, there was at least a good faith effort to try to create a lifeline for those kiddos. That's not how this stuff is written today. It's going to go mostly to kids already in private school. Schools that do open their doors, that might admit those kids, tend to be those subprime providers I talked about. They're under-enrolled. Often they're under-enrolled for a reason. Or they're marketing directly to kids at risk. I have called vouchers the education equivalent of predatory lending for this reason. Because what happens is kids transfer, they're told it's a lifeline. The bigger and the more recent the voucher system, the worse the results.
That is so true. Amen. And we see these results in Arizona. We're 48 or 49. A recent study has us at 51. I don't know how that's possible, but we have had school vouchers for a very long time, and the whole wide school choice. It is a disaster. ProPublica is regularly reporting on the school voucher scam system and how it turns into like things like segregation. Let me show you this one. Let me just put this one article up that I want you guys to read. Like how, I mean, it is, when I was reading an analysis on the Ohio school voucher program and how they were using it for things like this, or how it was segregation. That's what someone literally said in the meeting. Like in the meeting in the 90s, someone said, how are we going to prevent, groups like the KKK from using school vouchers and creating segregation schools? And literally they laughed and they said, homeschools could do that now. Why do we care? Because that's the point. Read this article. The story of one Mississippi county shows how private schools are exacerbating segregation. And it's not the only article they're writing on this. School vouchers are literal segregation. Yeah, and that's what the Republicans want, to defund public schools. They don't want educated children. And then think about this. The same MAGA people that want this school voucher BS, and by the way, these schools, when they were testing, like charter schools, those have testing standards. They're not doing as well, right? And even worse. So new school voucher programs require no testing. Right? There's no testing. And then MAGA's like, but why would Trump be giving away high-paying engineering jobs to people from other countries? Like, you can't have it both ways. Either we fund education in this country, we need to fund education and fund public schools, or they're going to be bringing it. That's what it is. They don't want us educated. They want us they want us at low paying jobs, right? They don't want to pay high paying wages. It's so sad what is happening to our education system. School vouchers, especially if you have children, are worth looking in. Yeah, I was going to say, I think I'm going to call it there. That's enough information. It's Friday and I need to go for a run. Thank you guys so much. I know I was going to say for an amazing week. It has been, I enjoy spending time with you guys. The news isn't so amazing. I'm sorry I have to bring such bad news, but thank you guys for spending time with me all week and us supporting each other. I enjoy us spending time together. Oh, I have an announcement. I actually talked to Fax. I know, I think I'm going to be on Fax's Live on Monday morning. Like, we used to do the Fax and Felice show, and then when TikTok was like getting buried and everything was going away, we kind of got stressed out and stopped. On Monday, I'm going to be on Fax's Live. Thank you. We got to 400K. Yes. Thank you so much for 400K. So God, it's been a while since I've been on there. So that's 6 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, 8 a.m. Eastern. So 8 a.m. Eastern, I'll be on Faxes live on Monday, and then I'll be doing the people. I know, we have the good lives together. I don't know what the topic will be, but Fax and I miss being on his live, and I miss that community. He has a great community of people. So I'll do that, and then we'll do our regular People's Receipts at 11:30 Pacific. 2:30 Eastern. Yay! Fax and Felice on Mondays at 8 a.m. I'll remind you guys this weekend. Thank you so much for a great week. You guys are amazing.